bitter, but its fruit is sweet. And we know that the tares must grow along with the wheat. To obey is better than to sacrifice. These were the sayings of the old folk to we day and night. But just look at how far we have come. We don't speak anymore, we talking with guns. The values we grow up on have now turned into hit and run. And I can't believe that this is what we've become. We always heard Barbados punch the buckets with. But is it an idle boast like the literacy rate? We like to pretend that we are large on the scene. But can we still claim to be gem of the Caribbean? Are we regressing through progressing while we watch our morals decay? Am I just stressing or are we compressing the realities that we face? It is interesting that we investing and small business in this array, and the cost of living is so depressing. But then again, that is the price that we have to pay. On the other side, but I will believe that is true when pigs start to fly. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. People will say what you want to hear so they can seduce, but just study where they're coming from. Listen close and you will hear their real intentions. They promise we transparent, but delivering negligence, giving smoke screens to insult the intelligence. Oh, hearing that tourism numbers soon coming back. But is it an illusion to alter the facts? They say that the roads get paved and things looking up. What would they have been replaced if not for the World Cup? Are we regressing through progressing as we watch our morals decay? Am I just stressing or are we compressing the realities that we face? They say it's a blessing, we accessing all of these loans and the foreign aid, but it is the children who will be stressing. But then again, that is the price that we have to pay. That price is too high. Oh me, oh my, oh I want to cry. I hear many hands does make you work light, but where are the hands we will use when people take flight? Politicians say strike when the iron hot, but them don't do nothing at all. It's kettle and pot. So where all of this talk coming from? They say peace, but we see confusion. The Bible they're quoting from, clearly they don't quite understand. That is why I put my faith in God and not man. Oh, one side tell me not to trust the next on cybercrime, but then they promote a man who was serving time. Them used to give big lectures about transparency, but now that the tables turn, it's a different story. Are we regressing through progressing as we watch our morals decay? Am I just stressing or are we compressing the realities that we face. It is perplexing, in fact it is vexing to see politics of today. But don't mind the talking, Bajans can vote them. But then again, that is the price that we have to pay.
A single bullet shattered the silence. A man lays dead in the road. A son, a brother, a father, a friend. This is a heavy load. A single bullet shattered the silence. Now a dad is missing his son. With these bullet holes in the child body, he can't help but let the tears run. We say Black Lives Matter, but you take out your own black brother. You did not consider the pain it would cause. A double action revolver, premeditated murder. You pulled the trigger, a precious life was lost. When will it end? It got to end. These ugly blood stains marking up we streets. It got to end. It has to end. These brutal shootings of a young black man. It has to end. It got to end. Whoa. Ay, ay, yeah. A single bullet shattered the silence. Killed the relationship between he and his mom. Crushed up on, broke her heart as she held her dying son. Oh, a single bullet shattered the silence. Snatched the man away from his children. This world is full of gun violence. Some young men are facing a tragic end. I say young lives matter. Gunshots cause neighbors to scatter. You did not consider the anguish it caused. Semi-automatic revolver. You cold-blooded murderer. Who pulled the trigger? A valued life was lost. When will it end? It got to end. These ugly blood stains marking up we streets. It got to end. When will it end? These brutal shootings of a young black man. It has to end. It got to end. Boy. Aye, yeah. A single bullet shattered the silence. Pierced and ripped apart my soul. When I heard the devastating news, my whole body ran cold. A single bullet shattered the silence. This vicious blood spilling, cause havoc got mayhem. This willful and selfish ending has our family in mourning. I'd say all lives matter, let love be our only trigger. Let's rid ourselves of this gun disease. We all need each other to mentor our black brothers. Let's fire envy and jealousy urgently. It got to end. It has to end. These ugly blood stains marking up we see. It has to end. It got to end. These brutal shootings of our young black men. It has to end. It got to end. Aye, aye,
Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. Come see the circus, come see the circus. Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. Come see the circus, come see the circus. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the greatest show ever seen in this world. The best forms of amusement in ways you never expect. Only in Barbados Circus you can be sure to get way better than bringing brothers more fascinated than Cirque du Soleil. There's nothing more entertaining than the athlete of buffet. So grab your snacks, popcorn and nuts, hold on to your seat. I promise you that this circus will be a special treat. Hey! Look, they pave the roads and the highway, the WA, they them up next day. In the circus, inside the circus, the peace program takes center stage, but violence on we front page. In the circus, inside the circus, them Zedders taking the law for sure, put them clowns on a dance tightrope. In the circus, them in the circus, the road to fix for the World Cup. If the culture don't change, we'll surely have more funerals to arrange. Hey! Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. Come see the circus, come see the circus. Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. Come see the circus, come see the circus. Them took us for granted, power went to them head. Them made us so blue that we could only vote red. After 3 years of hibernation, brother come back and claim the lost decade was glorious, so dirty love again. So they started a new direction, hatch a bold new plan, with Ronnie as the ringmaster and Steve as the strong man. They picked the other performers getting ready for opening night, and them men had no awareness that everything was not right. Them pesky big tents up short street to try and stop an expected beat. In the circus, them in the circus, they named the big tent for Barrow, even though his son said no. In the circus, them in the circus, when a new ringmaster reached the gate, Ronnie and Steve said he had to wait. In the circus, them in the circus, when they finally let him through, he staged a palace coup. Now the court will decide what they must do. Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. Come see the circus, come see the circus. Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. Come see the circus, But only in a circus could cutlass wielding become the norm. Terrorize the girl children on that dreadful day. And how could we ever forget that IDP survey? We start a very school year. Principles just dread, cause jugglers are the ministry, juggling with their heads. The children suffer the fallout with no stability, with the minister standing firm with full immunity. No hope for them houses to finish, like magic the money vanish in the circus. That is a circus. A fool across over runs to 50 million at Kensington in the circus. That is a circus. After oysters of rain, you should see how they post the child parade in the circus. That is a circus. Just take a look round Barbados, I'm sure you will agree. The greatest show in the world that you'll ever see. Politicians in the circus, ministers in the circus, Mia in here, Ralphie in here, even Ronnie in the circus, moderators in the circus, even callers in the circus, Ellis in here, Caswell in here, Patrick King in the circus, hear them calling.
Good evening, Barbados. Good evening. This is Marcia Weeks, and you are watching the Marcia Weeks show. We are literally a whole hour and a couple minutes early because we're hoping to get a little sneak peek into the DLP annual conference. And here on my screen is the Reverend Dr. Ferdinand Nichols. And he doesn't look like he's at the conference. What's happening, Reverend Dr. Ferdinand Nichols? I'm calling out your whole name and titles. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good evening. I trust you're hearing me okay. This is the first time I'm trying this this process. I'm used to being behind my desk and on my system. But I'm on the road now making my way to the gala for the Democratic Labour Party annual conference. Of course, I am having the honor this evening, I believe, of receiving, I think, a media award for the Marcia Weeks show. And that's such a great honor to be able to represent you and the team and the entire loyal opposition at the event this evening. So. Good evening to you, and great to be here.
And is this your first time going to an event like this?
I'm not hearing you very loudly. Let me make sure there's something I'm not supposed to be, or I'm supposed to be doing on my system. Let me see. Okay, I got it.
Yes. Okay. So I was asking you if you've ever been to any of these events before. Have you been to an annual conference before of the Democratic Labour Party?
Not of the Democratic Labour Party. I've been to several of the conferences of the government. The Barbados Labour Party have actually been a guest minister at one of those conferences. But this is actually the very first time I'm attending a conference with the Democratic Labour Party at their facility this evening.
Yes, okay, because it's interesting that you said that, let's talk out the things. They said talk out the things, come out things, according to Winston Clark. So you would normally be associated with the Barbados Labour Party, right?
Yes, for many, many years, not just myself. My mother was very, very active. As a matter of fact, she was a member of the National Executive Council or Committee. That was during the regime of GM Tom Adams. My brother, of course, many would remember, he actually was the candidate that ran against Errol Barra. I think that would have been the 1986 election, I believe it is. I stand to be corrected. My sister Frida was a career diplomat with the Labour Party at that time, the government. And of course, I was very actively involved in campaigning and so on during elections.
Yes, wow. Wow, wow, wow. So, and let me ask you straight up, are you a member of the Democratic Labor Party?
No, I'm not a member of the Democratic Labour Party. At this point in time, as we have been saying on this show for so many months, we are a political. We are a political show, and our interest, and as it is mine, is what is in the best interest of the country.
Yes.
And as it stands right now, I believe that the government is being called to account
Mm-hmm.
for its management of the affairs of the economy from two areas: transparency and accountability. And those are the two pillars in my mind that people who represent the constituents in a constituency and by extension in parliament are obligated to the people to maintain those two things. Be transparent about what you do and be accountable to the people. Give an account of your stewardship. And there have been many questions we have asked on the show that have been asked in many areas of the country. Marcia, one of the amazing things that I've experienced over the last couple of days are the number of people that are meeting me on the street, and they're telling me, keep up the good work. You guys are doing a tremendous job. If you weren't doing what you were doing, we would not know what was happening. And, it's very encouraging, really,
Yes.
to be a part of the informing of the people of Barbados, not for a political purpose, but for the benefit of the people of the country.
Yes, Dr. Ferdinand, and I must say that I mean you have done a tremendous job since you have been on the program. I mean, we would co-host on a Monday together, and what is so awesome, Dr. Ferdinand, is that we share the same goals and objectives. As you said, we're apolitical. Grew up as a Barbados Labour Party child into a teenager into adult. That was your home, was a Barbados Labour Party home, as we would say, and then you became even a candidate with APP, which we're going to talk about that a little later. But the point I'm making is that we have been, there are times on this show. Do you remember? You would remember when the DLP was very angry with the show. You remember that?
Yes, yes, I
You
do. The show has not aligned itself to any party. We are as critical of BLP, APP, and not for the sake of being critical. We're critical because we're looking to do what is in the best interest of Barbados and Barbadians. And to my mind, one of the reasonable things is that we represent the people and the interests of the people of Barbados.
Yes, yes. And what I'm very happy about is to see that you're a man of God. You're a pastor, and you understand the importance of being involved in this kind of commentary and speaking up on behalf of people. There are lots of pastors and people within the church who look at people like us and they say, we should not be involved in this at all, and that we should be somewhere praying. We should not be involved in this. What I mean, how do you justify that? Be your involvement as a pastor? You're a pastor of a church. You are a reverend. What's a reverend doing? Going to the annual conference of a political party?
Well, I don't know how reverends and ministers, pastors, reverends, fathers, apostles, whatever they care to call themselves, I don't know how they can extract themselves from the matters of a society and a country within which they live. And let me explain, Marcia, my fundamental reason for being involved politically is because the scripture tells me there are two things that form the foundation of God's throne:
Yes,
righteousness and justice. They
yes.
form his foundation. I find it extremely difficult to believe that any
Mhm.
minister truly represented the interests of God, which by extension means the interests of the people he has created, are capable of being, or should I say, capable of ignoring the matters of righteousness and justice in a society. I also subscribe to the belief, according to the book of James, that faith without works is dead. So we can pray about things, but then the faith in praying about something demands that you do something. As a
Yes.
matter of fact, if you read the scripture, I would dare say that 99% of the instructions of God spun around the whole perspective of doing and not simply talking. And that is why I am engaged in the matters that I'm engaged in, because I can see a lot of unrighteousness and I can
Mhm.
see a lot of injustice. And if those two things form the foundation of God's throne, it must captivate my attention and interest.
Yes, yes, and that I think is so important because, being that voice for the voiceless. When I heard, I don't know if you heard the show the other night where the fisherman was saying that some of those who helped them with their boats to haul in their boats, that because things are terrible, economically, a lot of them, they don't even have a chance to haul in any fish because they lost their boat. Some of those men are literally eating out of the garbage can.
Yes, I missed that aspect of the show. I am just arriving, as a matter of fact, I'm just arriving at the event. And so I'm just going to disembark and no, it's okay. I'm just going to disembark and make my way in. I don't know if how I'm supposed to turn over these cameras, but I'll make my way. And I'm still learning the technology.
Yes, there's a way that
Hi,
you
how are
can you
you?
can flip it around. There's a little there's something there, but
Let
that
me let me
that
see
you
if
could,
I can locate
when
it.
you're taking a picture and you want to take a picture of the okay, so he's figuring it out.
I tell you, this is not something I'm used to. Let me go into my settings, camera,
Okay.
and
Well,
let me see if I can
listen,
switch it
no,
around.
listen. You see, a lot of us. I know a lot of the young people laughing right now and say, "Man, they don't know what." Well,
I,
but
how how
what?
is how
You
is
see,
this one?
he
Look,
got it.
have,
He
have I
got it.
have I got it? Have I got
Yes,
it?
you got it.
Okay,
You got it.
I'm actually entering the event now. This is Mr. Paul Gibson,
Oh,
my
Mr.
good
Paul
friend and
Gibson,
colleague,
stop and let him say hi to me. Hi, Mr.
and
Gibson. Wow,
Miss Beckles, a member of the Democratic Labor Party.
Mr.
So we're
Mitchell.
making.
Can I speak to Paul? There is looking quite sharp.
Yes, Paul.
Paul Nichols.
Marcia is speaking to you.
Good evening, Marcia. How are you?
Yeah, hey, Paul, you're
I can't
looking
hear her, but
looking
you
quite
can
I mean,
resume it.
quite
Yeah.
special there.
Yes, I'm happy to be
Let
here.
me see if I can just switch over from the earpiece. I'll just give him my earpiece.
Paul is looking quite. Hi, Paul. Listen, you're looking quite put together. Very
Very
handsome
dapper. Thank
there.
you very much. Thank you very much. It's a gala, so
It's a
you know.
gala. And is this your
Yes.
first gala? Is this your first gala,
No,
Paul?
we have one almost every year. There's a gala. Almost
There's
every
a
year.
gala. Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes, yes. And
Yeah.
let me ask you, what normally happens at the gala? What are we to expect tonight?
Okay. So one of the beautiful things about galas, the LP galas, we use the opportunity to identify members of the party, historically or current, that have added value,
Oh
and
wow.
put their names onto a wall, a special wall that we have developed. So that's going to happen tonight as part of the activities. And then we're going to have a couple awardees actually receiving prizes on the inside. And then there will be a speech delivered by some special guest that has been invited to address us tonight. And I
Okay.
know who it is, but I don't want to say who it is yet. So it's a bit of a secret.
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to get hear much of the special guests, but we're at least doing as much as we can to get people to see what the DLP is up to. We want to
Beautiful.
know, what's happening
We're
with the
excited. We're
DLP.
excited. I think it's a beautiful opportunity after having so much trauma and so on to just to refocus and to be our best selves and to produce a party that gives us the best thing for the future Barbados. That's what we're all about.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, I'm hoping that I know you're going to have a great night. There, and you have a wonderful lady there with you from your constituency.
Actually, she's gone inside. Yeah, I'm here just here with Miss Dr. Fernand.
Yes. Okay. But thank you so much, Paul. Let me not delay you because I know they're getting ready to start. Thank
A pleasure.
you.
Thanks so
Yes.
much. Okay.
Okay. Wonderful. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Going that way?
Well, there you have it. There you have it. That's Mr. Paul Gibson, and he has been with the DLP for quite some time, one of the spokesperson for the DLP. And I think we're coming up to some people there. I don't know if he's going to, will he already?
2 hours ago.
Marcy, I don't think they're aware of the fact that I'm doing some behind the scenes.
Well, that's Mr. David Bowen there. That's Mr. David Bowen.
Hi, Marcy. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing really, really great. It's good to see you guys this evening. Everybody all dressed up.
Yes, we try to look our best, even if we don't feel the best sometimes. Yeah, but at least the best. How are you doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great, and I think the people are just enjoying seeing you guys relaxed, and having a good time. You've had a tough year, and this is a good night. What are you expecting of the gala tonight?
Oh, tonight is going to be the bomb. We are all here as citizens of Barbados, members of the loyal opposition, and we will do what we have to do in the interest of the people of Barbados.
Absolutely.
Yes, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And you've been to quite a number of galas, haven't you?
Pardon?
Have you been to quite a number of gala events of the DLP?
Well, yes and no. My profession before used to be one where I worked at the Franklyn Hall, and I attended plenty galas, so I can say yes and no, because the Democratic Party, in terms of over the years, their annual conference has transitioned into where you have galas, etc., and going to the business meetings. But before, it used to be really serious in terms of members, delegates coming to the conference and participating in exciting business activities. But over the years, we expanded into a week of activities. It's now been reduced to 3 nights of a week with a gala, business day, and closing day on Sunday.
Yes, I know we can't show a whole everything because like for example, tomorrow the members are meeting, paying members. I know tonight is a bit more open tonight, but what are you hoping to achieve after what would you like to see happen for the DLP over this weekend?
What I would like to see, and what I would like the public to see, is a Democratic Labour Party that is serious about representing their interests, and a Democratic Labour Party that is prepared to do whatever is necessary in the best interest of the people. I think us coming together here tonight signifies that we intend to do exactly that.
Yes, wonderful. And can I just commend you? I know you work primarily with the opposition office. That's where I know you from. I'm just meeting you all, and I know you from the opposition office because we interact with that office even more than the DLP office. And I will say to Barbadians that this man you see here, Mr. David Bowen, very excellent spirit. And he's one of those people, you message him, he's gonna message you back. And can we tell the people, I know I don't want to stop you too much, I'm going inside, but I have to tell the people that there is a project that the loyal opposition and the leader of the opposition office that we're doing, and this has to do with it's an education program that's called Elevated, where we're offering literacy classes to those who have left school, right?
Yes. Excellent. We are collaborating on that, and we will make sure that Barbadians get to see the benefits of what talent exists out there to help them to advance.
Yes. Somebody here is asking, how do you join the DLP?
What are the fees?
I start with the fees first. Money talks first. The fees are $36 a year.
A year?
$36 Barbados dollars a year, and you can join either by collecting a form from the office here, George Street, or you can go online at the DLP's website. I think it's dlpbds.org, and you can download an application form from there.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Well. Yes. Everybody, you heard that. Mm-hmm. And okay, yes, and somebody here, you see, people are interested, even in the diaspora, they want to help with the online, with the education of our children. Actually, it's our children who have left school, so say 16 years and older, and it's literacy classes. And the great thing, David, is that it came out of the Marcia Week show. Right on the show, people said, well, what can we do? And we came up with that from people here and the young people. Timon, who is at the university, actually gave the name to it, called Elevated, and you have so graciously opened up and you and Mr. Ralph Thorne, opened up the leader of the opposition office so that we can, bring the young people there and teach them. And I know you guys are excited about that.
Of course, that office, the leader of the opposition office, is the office of the people of Barbados. So we must open up to every single need that exists, and we are grateful for the opportunity to work with you to satisfy the needs of some Barbadian young people who have a desperate situation.
Yes. The age group, somebody asking again, 16 to older, up to adulthood. If they're having problems with literacy, we're going to teach them how to fill out a form, an application form, how to write a letter, a job letter, just basic things that will be able to transition them into the world of work, and reading. And I think that is quite important. Well, David, I don't want to keep you any longer. Are you all dressed up? Is your wife there?
No, not tonight. No.
Not tonight. Okay,
she's working on her hair tonight.
Sounds like somebody else I know.
But Marcia, we also want to thank you, for the wonderful work you have been doing. You and your companions, like Pastor Nichols here and the others, for the wonderful work you have been doing on behalf of the people of Barbados as well. It is you who keep us going.
Well, I want to thank also, the viewers and all the panelists, because it is a love of Barbados. It's this is what joins us. It's not a party. It's not a party. We're not defending any party. This is what we're defending here, this flag. And if it's not about this flag, we're not doing it.
That's right. It's about we can feel the love. We can feel the love, and we thank you sincerely from the bottom of our hearts for what you and the others have been doing. Keep educating the people. Thank you
so much, David, and keep being excellent at what you do. You're an excellent administrator. Keep at it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kamhar is saying the ladies' hair must be right. Okay, the ladies' hair, they must be right. Well, Vihoy, yes, it's you're saying it's like workforce development. Yes, that's part of it, but there's a literacy component of it, because quite a number of our children, of our students, are leaving school, Vihoy, and they're not able to read, and so there are some of us who are coming together to help that demographic. You can help online. There is an online component. And so I will speak with we didn't even think about the getting help from the diaspora. But the diaspora, I'm writing that down as that diaspora can help with that elevated program as well. Wonderful. Yeah. Yes. Hi, is the Savings the Lost Ministry International? Is that a possibility? She says we need to, unless we put ourselves together, and so she's been saying that, yes, there's that component where we need to, put God first in everything that we do. But then there's some things in the natural that we have to do as well. All right. So it's a combination. Faith and works, they go together. And when they go together, that's what makes it wonderful. I'm not sure if Dr. Ferdinand can show us anything else. As yet, we would love to see that wall at least. Let me see. He's going to let me know when he's ready again to show the wall, and to let us see the wall. Yes. We're going to do, just those of you who just joined, we joined an hour and 15 minutes early because we wanted to just give you a little update on what is happening with the DLP. Why is that important? Why are we doing that as a podcast? Why is that important? Because it is important for us, guys, that we have a strong opposition, regardless of who that opposition is. We could pray, and we can fast, and we can have discussions, we can put on programs, but at the end of the day, in the natural, the way we remove one party and put in another party is that we have to vote. All right. And that's why we have political parties. All right. Because that's just how it is. That is how it is set up in the natural. And Christians do vote. Non-Christians vote. Everybody vote. And so it is important that there are strong opposition parties, the third parties, as well. As we had Barbados Sovereign Party on here the other night, and they're doing a great job as well in standing up on behalf of the people of Barbados, especially for those persons, the thousands who did not get the opportunity to vote because this government took that from them. And the Barbados Sovereignty Party is standing up for them. Now, the next party that is there, the largest party that is there, is the Democratic Labour Party. And it doesn't do any good. It is no good for any of us. If any of the parties, any of the political parties, they are pushed out of existence. And that is what we believe that is happening, because what we sense is going on is that what we believe is going on is that there is a plan afoot to ensure, there is a plan afoot to ensure that there is one political party in Barbados. So it becomes de facto, all right? One political party in Barbados. And they are planning to go for another term, a third term. And the question that a lot of us were asking ourselves, I was at the supermarket today and somebody pulled me over and they said to me, somebody in an official person, I can't say who it is, pulled me over and said, hold a minute, I want to thank you for what you are doing, because we could never, there is no way that we could ever survive another term of this government. We cannot survive another term of this government. And that is why we are supporting any kind of opposition. Any kind of opposition. We've had Lynette on here, who represents, I think it's UPP. She was, they had the APP, and I think she's gone off to do her own, the UPP, representing the UPP. That's Lynette. Eastman, we've invited her many, many times, and it is very busy at this time, so she's not been able to come on as much as we would like her on. We would like her on every week. We want her to be a panelist, just being on here every week. There is the Barbados Sovereignty Party. There are some other parties that are not really operating. Okay? But we want them all to operate. Solutions Barbados. Where's Solutions Barbados? So we want to support them. The leader of Solutions Barbados will tell you that I have invited him many times. Can you remember any time you've seen him on here? He was here early. I mean, when they had the elections and I was having the parties on, he came on. That was how long ago. In the last year and a half, he's not been here, but it's not because he's not been invited. You see what I mean? So we want, whatever the party is, if there's an opposition, we are going to support that opposition. Okay? It's important. It's important. I believe that if we love Barbados, that is what we are going to do. I saw a post somewhere the other day, and I just want to read what this person said. And these were some very good questions. The person says, follow the money. Who benefits most from a one-party state? Think about it, and if you want, you can write it in the comment section. Who benefits most from a one-party state? Who do you think benefits most from a one-party state? Put it there. Who benefits most from number 2, 3rd, or 4th viable political parties? Who benefits from no 2nd, no 3rd, or 4th viable political parties? Let me read that again. I did not read that properly. Who benefits most from no 2nd, 3rd, or 4th viable political parties? Who benefits the most from that? Not the people, correct. That's exactly what I was saying. Not the people. So those of you who come on and you say, well, it seems like you are pushing the DLP. I am pushing any political party that's ready to stand up. Barbados Sovereign Party, the UPP. Are they ready to stand up on behalf of the people? You see what's on the screen? The people. Yeah? Who benefits most from no opposition in Barbados? These are serious questions that we need to ask. And I think these are questions we need to ask every night, if it's up to me, to ask every night on the show. Who benefits most from no opposition in Barbados? Loyal opposition? Who benefits most from no opposition in Barbados? Again, come to the front of the class, Vihoy, not the people. Who benefits most, listen, from a constantly quarreling DLP? Who benefits most from that? Who benefits most when these other political parties are in turmoil? Who benefits most? Joshua, again, yes, not the people. Joshua, you come to the front of the class again. The party in power benefits the most. We're intelligent people, Barbadians. Let's stop and think about it. Who benefits the most by orchestrating confusion within the DLP from the dark? Who benefits most by orchestrating confusion within the DLP from the dark? Who benefits most? Joshua said, I am the teacher. I'm always at the front. I love it, Joshua. I love it, Joshua. The party in power. We've got to, let's think about it and be real. Let's be real about it. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Let's be real about it. I see Dr. Ferdinand is back in again with us. He is live there on location at the Democratic Labour Party's annual conference, and tonight is their gala night, and they're all dressed up, right? They're all dressed up, and I think he's still trying to get his everything sorted out, right? We're trying to get a sneak peek into the DLP annual conference, and we'll continue to chat while we wait on him, right? Yes. And these are questions that we need to answer, but I think he's about ready. Hi, Dr. Ferdinand.
Well, hi, Marcia. We're about to witness the unveiling. This is the unveiling of what again?
So what we're seeing is the unveiling of the plaque that is honoring fellow members. Is that what it is, right? So they're praying at this moment.
Bring to thee all the families of the fallen soldiers. Bless each and every family. Bless the brothers they were working. Bless the families of a great work. Lord, give strength to this political party. That everything we do, say.
So we're not hearing the audio very good. So just let me let everybody know what is happening. This is a sneak peek into the DLP annual conference. And what is happening is that at this moment, they are unveiling a plaque. Well, it's a wall. It's a special wall with the names of those that they're honoring for this year. And Dr. Ferdinand Nichols is there on location for us tonight, and giving us a sneak peek into what is happening with the DLP. If we are, patriotic Barbadians, we're going to want to know that we do have viable parties in Barbados, and it's not just the current governing party that exists. Yeah. And so this is important. Okay, let's see what we can hear.
Congress, and to thank you for sharing that with us. And we are indeed grateful to you. So I don't want to go any further. I just want to commend this event to all and wish that we will have a successful 69th annual conference. Yeah.
At this point in time, we can invite some of the family relatives on the side to come close. I'm going to invite the political leader of the Democratic Party, Mr. Caswell. Give the round of applause. I'm going to also invite the acting president, Mr. Andrew Rowe, to be on podium right. Yes, you're the first president, and we will do the meetings.
So they're doing the unveiling of the wall. It is important. It's in the best interest of the people that there is a strong opposition. So they're unveiling. I wish Dr. Ferdinand could read the names for us and tell us what the names are.
For the names that I can see at the moment, Marcia, I'm seeing Marcia Austin, Miriam Barrow, Marzine Cora Maldonado, Yvonne Foster, Frank Drayton Fibres, Ronald Giffins, Neville Lane, Daniel Padmore, and Aston B. Watts. There's some more names behind the other plaque that is still being hidden by the curtain, but we would hope that that would soon be revealed and, the whole curtain pulled right back.
Yes, and I recognize Daniel Padmore, who was from St. John, and he passed this year as a young DLP member. And
we wanted to call the names out tonight. Marcia Austin, 1954, 1952. Maria Barrow, 1931. Miriam Barrow, 1931, 2024. Marzine Cora Maldonado, my apologies, 1953 to 2022.
Yvonne Foster, 1941, 2020.
These are actually some of the family
Frank
members here,
Drayton
Marcy.
for Grace.
Okay, we have some of the family members are there.
Ronald
To as
Gittins,
their
2022.
relative is being honored.
Neville Lane, 1941, 2022. Daniel Padmore, 1993, 2024. Astor B. Watts, 1925 to 2020. Thank you.
Okay.
These are the ones.
Okay, so these are the
We'll go straight to the vote of thanks. We want to thank the committee, first of all, for the robust selection that was done to identify these valuable soldiers of the Democratic Party. The history of the party is very important. Institutional memory is important. And it is important that persons are remembered, that victories are celebrated, and that persons' names are placed on plaques like these for perpetuity. Tonight, we want to thank the committee that selected them. We want to thank the families for sharing your families with us, the Democratic Labour Party. It is a timeless, sometimes a thankless exercise, but they give of their all and they give of their best lives to us. Tonight, we want to continue their legacy. Tonight, we want to be the best Democratic Party we can be so that we can offer ourselves Barbados, for the future of Barbados. Thank you very much. Okay.
We will now invite the family to proceed to the side gala. We invite you all to your seats as we begin the gala.
Well, that's the unveiling of the plaque with the names. The others will be unveiled at another time, Marcia. And now we're going to move to the beginning of the gala. So enjoy the rest of your show, and we will be in touch. God bless.
Yes, I hope you can come back, and if you're allowed, you know what you can show us, okay?
Yes, I will see.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Dr. Ferdinand Nichols is there live at the Democratic Labour Party head office right there at George Street, the George Street Auditorium. And as I said, it's important that we have healthy opposition. Healthy opposition. And I know that we will be able to get some pictures, hopefully, as well. You know, so I know that there are some others there, and we'll try to see if they can actually do some pictures for us, and so that we can. I'm just making sure we can get some pictures as well as we go, so you can see, what is happening. Yes, I think that this is important. How important is it, guys, that there be, that we have strong opposition parties, or that just that we have strong political parties? Let's chat a little bit. We have a couple more minutes before 7 o'clock and we jump into our regular show. How important do you think it is that we have, regular opposition? I'm sorry, not regular opposition, strong opposition parties. Well, Joshua is saying that he doesn't think that Barbadians understand the seriousness of the state of our economies. I think we do. I went to the supermarket today, and I tell you, I mean, whether everybody's crying. Once you get into the supermarket, you realize, you're feeling what is happening with this IMF. The decision to go to the IMF, you are feeling that inside that inside that supermarket. The austerity of the IMF program, you feel it. I tell you, I wish, I don't know if Dave is able to bring the 2 containers to me. We're trying to eat healthy, so we're trying not to use a lot of sugar. So we're using dates. Okay, so we normally buy our dates, and we've learned how to blend them and so on and so on, and to make our different things. We use fruits, or but it's important because you don't want to have diabetes. You've got to be healthy to have to eat healthy. And today we went, and I mean, it seems like a small thing, but would you believe that pack of dates, that container of dates, actually went up between last week and this week? See, I have the containers here. You see, I have the containers right here. This is right. This is it here. This is the containers here. And we would have bought the dates for $6.42 last weekend. $6.42. Pity dates. We went today and we bought it for, I wonder if you can see it, $7.65. Okay? A whole dollar and something more. But in 1 week? Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna look. You see the 642 there? I want you to see, because some people think we come in here and making up thing. Look, you see how much it is this week? In 1 week, you see that, Barbadians? Right? And the unit price for this per kilogram last week was $23.10, and this week was $24.85 per kilogram. Can you imagine that? In 1 week. And this is not the only product like that. This is not the only thing. This is not the only thing. Yeah. Let me see. Dr. Ferdinand is here again. So Joshua, I don't know if you live in Barbados, but I think people, are understanding what is going on. Good night again, Dr. Ferdinand. Anything for us? I think he's sitting in.
Well, we've just moved inside, Marcia, and kind of getting ready for the gala to begin. You would see some of the hierarchy right here seated, including the political leader, right over on the far end. Third, I think that was the third vice president. So we're happy to be in the conference this evening. Yeah, and I can tell you, I occupy many positions. This is one I've never had in my entire life. But I guess
people are gathering. I know people are still coming in. People tend to be a little late, and they're still coming in. Can I see the stage? Can you go towards the stage? Right, beautiful, very beautiful. The stage is very, very beautiful. All right. So what you can do, you can come back to us when they've started, okay?
Yeah, sure, will do.
Yes, thank you. Well, people are still gathering there at the Democratic Labour Party head office for the gala. That's happening as we speak right there at the George Street Auditorium. And we wanted to give you a little sneak peek into what is happening. It's important that all of our political parties, that they are strong, and that we're giving people an option, and that they're strong options. The UPP needs to be strong. The Barbados Sovereign Party needs to be strong. The Solutions, Barbados, and all the others, if they're, they need to come out and let the people know that they exist. I've been trying to get them on the show, and they're not, they're not coming as they're supposed to come. Some don't come at all. We would love to have Lynette Moore, but she's not here. She's extremely busy. So, we do the best that we can. But back to this high cost of living. Right now, Joshua is saying that a block of cheese was $35. Now it's $70. I know that cheese is very expensive. And Bajans love the macaroni and cheese. And there's a reason, obviously, why they're putting the cheese high, because they know that people are still going to try and buy it. Even right now, they cut up the cheese very, very small. Yeah. Okay, guys, let me just, this is important. Peggy Green, if you can give us a call, give us a WhatsApp, 236-7000, 236-7000. If you're ready to help, if you can help with the Elevated program, which is a literacy program, seeking to help young people too, even adults 16 and over, who are unable to read or having difficulty reading, not able to fill out a form, application forms, writing job letters. And this idea came from you, the loyal opposition, right here on the Marcia Week Show. And it is going to take place September 21st will be the first class. And it's going to go for the first 3 months. It's our pilot program. And then we're going to look to see to repeat it in January. All right. And there is an online component. And on Saturday mornings at 10 o'clock, they meet at the leader of the opposition office. As you know, Mr. Thorne is very big on education and the youth. And so we've asked him, you're central, you're in town, you have a lot of space up there. Can we use it? And he says, come, it's for the entire Barbados. The leader of the opposition, the office of the leader of the opposition, it's not a political party's office. It is for the entire Barbados. This is what he is, the office they've given him to operate from, because the parliament, normally there are one side, one wing in the parliament, but it needs repair. That's the part of the parliament where they claim that Ninja Man went in and took Errol Barrow's jacket, etc. And the roof need repairing over there. It's derelict. It's derelict because they did not fix the opposition office, because they did not believe that there was going to be one. You see that? So when Ralph Thorne crossed, then they had to give him an office, and they gave him an office in the middle of town, which is pretty central. And so, children can take one bus and go straight there. All right. And we are trying to be part of the answer. We are being part of the solution. If you are a retired teacher, or if you are custom teaching remedial students, you love young people. You love people. We don't want anybody coming and barking at the children and at the young people and roughing them up and so on. You love people. Well, this is an opportunity for you. Call me 236-7000, and I will give your information over to our coordinator. All right. So I'm not the coordinator, but there are people. There's a whole team. Rose Corbin is part of the team that's training all the workers that's part of it, the teachers. She does the training and helps with the curriculum and so on. So we are doing it together as a family, answering a call. So we have a call and we're answering the call. Okay. Yeah. So I took, that was important for me to break your train of thought from the groceries, right? So pardon me. This is dear to my heart. All right. Anybody else who wants to help with this program, 236-7000, you know the number. Make sure that you call that number and say, Marcia, I want to help. There was someone who told me that a couple months ago, and I can't find the information. If you're listening, please pardon me and send it again. We need your help. We need the volunteers. We need volunteers. Okay. Thank you so very much. Now, Ramim is saying that there is that some supermarket is selling a 2-kilogram block for $47 and a 5-kilogram for $415.50. Lisa, can you imagine? Those of you who live overseas, you see how much money we paying for cheese? Huh? You see how much we're paying for cheese? My goodness. Anthony Smith is listening from Brooklyn. Folks, it is tough out there. It is tough, right? Those who just came, these are my dates, and you might say, oh, well, you're buying a certain kind of food. Well, I'm trying not to have diabetes. Why should I? Why, I'm trying my best. I'm using these dates, and they're very, very good actually, and sweetens your, whether it is your, I even use it in my shakes, right, and in your porridge and all of that. Yeah. So yeah. Yes, Judy Jones, that's what happened. You go today and the prices are up in the supermarket. You go back and the next time, and yeah, this is what happens. Yeah. Mystic Angel is asking again about the classes. Age 16, Mystic. Once the child, the young person, they're not children, they've left school, because why that age group is so important. Yes, thank you, loyal daughters. Six up. Why that age group is so important? Did you all see? We chit chatting until the showtime. Well, showtime is gone. It's 7 o'clock now. This is when I say, welcome to the Marcia Week Show. You are watching us live from Barbados. Well, we've been on for an hour and something now. But, Loyal Daughter 66 and everybody who's watching, right? Did you all see that little 16-year-old boy who it's alleged that he shot the other boy, the 17-year-old, in his face and killed him? Did you see that? That little boy is so tiny. Somebody said he didn't even lose his mother's features yet. He's so little and cute. Nice little looking black boy at 16. Now, I was speaking, I like to speak with the young men. And I was speaking with them yesterday about that situation. And I said, what is going on? He's so young. And my little friend is said to me, but Auntie, what happens when we leave school? When we leave school, what happens for us? Those of us who did not get all the CXCs and so on, and are not going to go to UE and not going to go to BCC. He said most of the guys, they're not thinking about trying to get a job because they know they're not qualified. There's nothing for them to get. So a lot of them, they're trying to get a gun. I looked at him a second time. I said, what? He said, ma'am, at that age, when they leave school and they do not have CXCs, they can barely read. They're considered a reject of society. What are they going to be doing, ma'am? He asked me, who's going to hire them? What's going to happen with them? He says, ma'am, they're going to try to get a gun. But I said to him, but the guns are so expensive. What do you mean try to get a gun? And how are they going to make money with this gun? And you know what he said? He said they will work for the drug dealers until and save up money so that they can get the gun. But the aim is to get a gun, to own the gun. And that is what that is a lot of that gave me a lot of understanding as to why they would parade it on Facebook and on Instagram. They would stand up with these guns almost as tall as they are, because they have worked hard to get this gun. And it's a sign, it's a symbol of accomplishment. It's a symbol of accomplishment. And so how do they get the money to buy these guns? They become killers. Yeah. They become killers. They're killer for hire. They are drug runners and pushers, and they protect the drug dealers. They rob and steal. Same thing, rob and steal, the same thing, right? With the guns. And so when you look at it, it's not so much that our young people are so wicked, but it's a matter of economics. It's a business thing. It's wanting to get ahead. It's feeling that this is the way out because we want things, is what they tell me. They say, ma'am, we want things too, like everybody else. So I want you to keep thinking about that scenario that he painted for me. You leave school, you don't have an education, you can't get a job. Well, we're going to go to the streets because we see people driving big cars, wearing flashy clothes, eating well, big house, traveling. We want to do that too, but we can't do it. The system doesn't allow. There's nothing. The system is not doesn't allow us to do that. We don't have the education to get the jobs, so they go that way. Economics. It's a business decision for some of them. Entrepreneurship. Yes, in the wrong way, but that's what it is. They're trying to live and make ends meet. They're trying to buy something new for mommy. Some of them in their minds, they're thinking, oh, I can buy a nice house for mommy. Once again, I might be able to sleep on a bed and not on the floor. One of the young men that we talked to, he was sleeping on the floor for years, on the hard floor. You don't think he wants to sleep on a bed like everybody else? And I'm sure I told you on here the story when we gave him the bed. He just put it on his head. He didn't even want the base of the bed. He just picked up the mattress, put it on his head, and walked down the street with the mattress. He was happy. You should see the mattress jumping because he was skipping. He was happy. Gave him a sheet, and he was like, Mom, I have a mattress. I don't need a sheet. I said, come on, man, spread up the bed. And I'm saying all of this, not that I want to say all that we've done for people, whether me or the loyal opposition or whoever. I'm just sharing with you, and I hope you take it that way. I'm sharing with you what our young people are going through. Lack of opportunities. Feeling that they are outside of the game. They can't measure up. And so a lot of them, that's what they do. Yes, Kamar. This also, oh my goodness. The grooming of these young men for gifts and clothes and money. That's another thing that happens. And some of them, they're too ashamed to tell us about it. But this happens in Barbados a lot. Are we trying to make things up? No, it is true. It is true. It happens. Yes, it happens. I have known of young men that they've offered $200,000. Big politicians in this country. Big politicians offer these young men all over $200,000 if they would sleep with them because they know that they're poor. They don't live, they don't have any big house. They don't have a car. And then a lot of them, they go for it. Do you understand? And no, it's not. I think imperator, good night. I think, you know what, that used to be what I was thinking. It's important to sit and speak to our young people, not the young people at UE. Talk to the young guys on the block. Talk to those who are 16, 17, 18 who will talk with you, and you will understand. Is it right? No, it's not right. But in order for us to solve the problem, we first have to understand it. If we just throw judgment at it, we'll never get it solved. We're dealing with people, not robots. So it's important that we understand our young people. Where they're coming from. So every year, we just heard CXC, they've just put out their results, and this is done every year. And they themselves said the results were just horrible. What happens to those young people? a lot of them, once again, we are now producing another set of young people. They're leaving school, they have graduated, and they're leaving school and they are going right out into they're going right out into the streets. Yeah. I see Dr. Ferdinand is back on with us. And let me see, he's giving us a sneak peek into the BLP annual conference.
Sean.
Dr. Ferdinand, can you tell us what's happening?
Yes, at this time we are honoring those persons who have passed away as a result of gun violence.
Okay, so they're honoring people in the society, is that it?
Who have died as a result of
Okay, they're honoring those who have died. So those who have died since the last annual conference, they are honoring those persons at this time. So I'm just going to turn off because we can't hear. So I'm going to turn off when you're ready for us again. Then you can turn on the camera. But I'm going to keep the camera on and turn off the volume, the audio. Yes, we're just gonna. So we see. So what we're doing is a sneak peek into the DLP annual conference. Is happening there at the moment. They're honoring those who have served the DLP and have passed on in this year. And I believe it's between annual conference and annual conference. Those who have died, they're honoring them at this time. And so loyal daughter, you are so right. This is why a program like this is important, right? It is why it's necessary for this program called Elevated for it to exist. And I tell you, this is not the only program in Barbados that is seeking to address this issue of school leavers, right? They're not the only ones, all right? Right? They're not. Oh, so they're now honoring those who have been victims of gun violence. So victims of gun violence are being honored at this time at the Democratic Labour Party annual conference. And that's what is happening. We're giving you a sneak peek into what is happening. Once again, what's happening on the stage, those who have been victims of gun violence, they are being honored at this time. Yeah. Yes. So, I want to say to us Barbadians that we have got to reach the point where we need to sit and listen to our young people. Sit and listen to the young people. It's very important that we do that and not just make you're so right, Joshua. School and church losing power. That is what is going on. And I'm checking here because I'm checking here. There's something that is supposed to come in, so I was just checking on that. But folks, it's so important that we listen to our young people. And as I said, I was one of those, because you said, well, you have your own children and they didn't go that way. So why are these doing that? And, we stay far and throw things at them. And when you begin to speak with them and they start to open up to you, then you realize, my God, we have failed a lot of these young people. We have failed them. We have failed them. And our generation, we have failed them. And we have got to put the effort in. And it's more than just talk, right? Hi, Judy Griffin. Good to have you. It's more than just talk. All right. So now what's happening at the Democratic Labour Party? Although it's turned upside down, it's turned funny. I don't know if Dr. Ferdinand could turn it, yes, the other way. Right now, he's saying that the young people are praying. They've asked the young people to pray for the nation as they honor those who have died, been victims of gun violence. And so now they're asked, young people are praying for the nation. They've asked the young people to pray for the nation. And this is good. This is a good look for the DLP at this time. And it's not an official streaming, unless you say, look at it, they don't even know how to stream. No, Dr. Ferdinand is going, and I asked him, I said, can you use your phone? Come tomorrow evening, when the president or the acting president is giving his address, we have sought permission to do some of the streaming of that. So we're going to be on tomorrow evening. So tomorrow evening we're going to be on, so you can tune in. We're on tomorrow from 4:30 p.m. right? 4:30 p.m. on Saturday, we're going to be on. Okay. Okay, so we can't hear the singing, so I will cut that off, turn that off just for the moment, and we can just see what is happening. Yes, Easy D. I mean, let's look at Easy D's solution to ask the young people to hand over their guns. So, Easy D, you think that they're going to just do that, just like that? You think that they're going to just do that like that? They're going to just hand over their guns? You know, yeah, the youth have nothing to do in Barbados, no programs, sports, nothing to be expressive. There are some things, but I don't think that they're enough, you know, and there are some things. And I agree with you, Kamar. I believe that the teachers and Rose Corbin is going to be working with the teachers. It's important that the teachers are not going to be judgmental towards the students. Because listen, you think that they become that way because we were all so great? It is, we have created the society that we are living in now. We've created it. Where were we when it was when this was happening in the early stages of this? Where were we, on Mars? No, those children are the products of what we've created. We've all been products of that. We've all been creators of what we're experiencing right now. Did you hear about the little 12-year-old girl who was shot? There's a picture going around. You see the bullet through her hand, as like, you know how Jesus got the bullet got the thing in his hand, the piercing in his hand. And sometimes you look up here. Now she had a right here. A bullet, a 12-year-old young girl, a 16-year-old girl. I mean, boy, who is now charged for murder. That's the end of his life, unless somebody goes into prison and intervenes. You always need people to intervene. If people go into the prison and work with him, he can come out and become, and contribute to society. Yeah. Yeah, we are the children we have created them. We can't get away from that one. All right, we are the ones who've created them. Yes, they learn by what they emulate. And this is why a lot of people say, oh, you guys, I'll leave the prime minister and let her do what she wants to do. Now, how many of you remember? I wish my husband is able to, I know he has a meeting, if he was able to show you again with the children's faces blotted out. I hope he has that one, where the children were at school in their uniform, and the girl bent over, and the little boy, about 9, 10 years old, they're about 9, 10 because they're in primary school. And we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they were in class 4, so they're about 10 years old or so. And the girl bends over, and the boy is behind her, and he is walking up on her bottom, on her behind. Where did that child learn that from? Is that appropriate for children? Should a little girl have her bottom being touched by the penis of a little boy? Let's be crude about it. Stop and think about that. You're going to say, well, it is dance. But why can't they dance apart? Think about it. Her bottom is being touched by the penis, that area of the boy. That is the reality. Where did she or he learn that? Where did that little boy learn that? There was another one where the boy sits in the bus, and the little girl sits on top of him, and she started walking up on top of his penis. Where did she learn that? Where did she see it? Did she just get up and just did that on her own? Think about it. These children are 9, 10 years old. It's not secondary school we're talking about. And it happened. Don't tell me I'm making it up. It happened. Where did they learn it? But then, less than 3-4 weeks later, we saw our prime minister bend over, and a man was walking up on her bottom. We saw that. That was all on social media. You think the children don't see that? You think the children did not see the prime minister bend over and have a man walking up on her behind? If I was a little girl, first of all, I would start to laugh because I think it's funny. And I would think that is okay because, I mean, that's the prime minister that is doing that. So what is mommy and daddy complaining about? Huh? What is mommy and daddy complaining about? That is the kind of leader that we have leading the country. When that same little boy that I spoke with last night, and I said to him, I said, oh my goodness, what needs to be done? He said, but there's not much, because the guns, he's saying the guns are being brought in by some of these, some politicians are involved in it. That is a word on the street. Everybody, anytime I talk to anybody on the street, that's what they tell me. And they know the names. They're rattling off the names of the politicians that are also involved in the guns coming into the country. And you know what that 20-year-old boy said to me last night? He said, this government cannot go hard on the criminals, Auntie. He said they cannot, because there are people, there are politicians that are also involved in the criminality. That's what he says. So the children, we are here talking and crucifying these little boys, and but what is happening? They are following what they see. When they get out of school at 16, they have an aim, they have something, a picture in their mind that they want to go towards. Right? You understand? So when that little girl, she saw the prime minister bend over and a man was walking up or winding up on her bottom, what you think that little girl is going to think something is wrong with what she's doing? No. She's going to aspire to it because this is what we do in Barbados. I saw this African woman came here, a blogger, and I forgot her name, and she was showing parts of the Kadooment, and you know what the Africans are saying? Wow, they didn't know that the women in Barbados that they walk around with thongs and their bottom cheeks are out. You should see the comments on the Africans. They were shocked. They were seriously shocked. That it's all there on Facebook. And then you get up and you walk about with a thong in your bottom and your bottom cheeks hanging out. Okay. And then you dress up in a suit and you're gone to work the next day. And you begin to scold people, and you're some of the same ones who are the most judgmental. Yeah. So it's important. Yes, I do know that there are some children who squander the opportunities that they have received. I know that. But I know we were speaking tonight of those who have left school and they are not able to read. They can't fit into society. So what they're going to do, simple, they're going to form a subculture. It's simple. Yeah. And that is really what happens. All right, guys. Let me just check on some more of your comment. Right. So that's it. So people like Easy D will say that's a one-off. I don't know if you have children. It's not a one-off. It's not a one-off. That stays. It is something that is on the internet. It was not done in the privacy of her home. And you can have fun at crop over, and you don't have to bend over as the prime minister of the country and have somebody walk up on your behind. No, it is bad PR. There's no PR in that. There's no PR, and it damages the children. I disagree with you strongly about that. I don't know if you work with children or if you have children of your own. That is very bad. That is very bad for a leader to do, in my opinion. I think that there are other ways that we can push the culture and encourage our children to enjoy Kapover. Because you know what? If that was correct behavior for children, we would not have been alarmed. We would not have been alarmed when the children were walking up in their school uniform, and not just walking up by themselves, but walking up on boys walking up on girls behind. We would not have been alarmed. Why did the Minister of Education come out and issue a statement if it was correct behavior? It's bad behavior. And that should not be encouraged, and it should not be modeled. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen with your own two eyes any of our politicians coming or male prime ministers? We've had all male prime ministers. Have you ever seen them taking a young girl? Because Little Rick is way younger than the prime minister. You see how we're hypocritical. If there was a prime minister, a male prime minister, who went up and Alison Hines is on stage and decided that he was going to walk up on Alison Hines behind. Think about it. Think about it. What would we say? We would not stop talking. The women's group, everybody would be all over. That is nasty. And all of these different things. If he were to take a young girl and to do it, if David Thompson did that, if Errol Barra did it, if any of those prime minister, Tom Adams did it, if any, of course, I'm sure they do things in the privacy of their home, but we're talking about on the streets of Barbados. Has anybody ever seen that done? So why should we as women lower our standard and accept it from a female prime minister? If as a female, we want to accept that kind of behavior from a female prime minister, we as women, we are lowering our standards. If we do not expect that from a male prime minister, why are we accepting it from a female prime minister? Unacceptable. If adults want to walk up I'm not here trying to police walk up, please. I'm not trying to, because everybody, they subscribe to different things. I am saying that we must remember as adults that whatever we do, right, that we are leading by example. Our children, right, or our children are going to follow what we do. It's simple. It is simple. You know it too. You know it. Exactly. It's kind of funny. Right from us to a grinding on stage with Faith Calendar. What would we do? People would want him to resign immediately. But no. As women, we think that is funny. What she did. They think it's funny. It's not funny. It's degrading for us women as well. You're a woman leader. Carry yourself with dignity. It was not becoming at all. There's no way to spin it. Right? We are presenting the wrong image to our young people. Yes? All right. Well, we have let me just read what some of the people are saying. Before Mrs. Rose Garvin is here, and she has, Rose Garvin's presentations are always so interesting. And so she has another presentation for us tonight. And we're going to welcome her in a minute. And we're just reading some of the comments here. And somebody says here, Frundell, despite all his faults, is a gentleman, a decent man. I believe that as well. Nobody's perfect, but you're not going to see those men carrying on like that. And we will see them in a band. You see even Mr. Lashley would be there, he have on a little costume and so on. And he's chipping or something like that, but not walking up on people. We don't see that happening. Yeah. So, guys, thanks for keeping my company, and we had a good chat. I want to tell you that tomorrow evening I'm going to be on again. Saturday. Everybody say Saturday. Say Saturday loud. Saturday. I'm on Saturday at 4:30 because we're trying a little CNN style where we are going to be giving commentary on the speeches that are given at the Democratic Labour Party. So while they are having their annual conference, we're going to have people, critiquing what they're saying and giving remarks. And I'm looking forward to that. And we're going to have an outside broadcast, and we're going to actually have the panelists. We're going to be in one room together. It's going to be face to face. And so I'm looking forward to that tomorrow at 4:30. And Sunday evening, the political leader is going to speak. And so I'm going to be on again on Sunday evening at 3:30 to start that pre-broadcast. And then we're going to carry his speech, and then we're going to have a discussion. Hopefully he will give us a little interview at the end. We're trying to be like CNN. Why not? Yes, Easy D. Saturday we're on. Yes, Saturday we're on. Yes. Saturday we're on. Oh my goodness. All right. So tonight we're doing things a little differently. We're going to do the national anthem at the end because we started a little strange tonight. It was different, it was nice, but we started differently. And the truth is, I forgot the anthem. So we're going to do it at the very end. But I can't wait any longer. I have to bring in Mrs. Rose Corbin now. I can't wait any longer. Good evening, Mrs. Corbin. How are you?
Yes, good evening, Marcia. And
Yes.
good evening to our viewers. And as I always greet you, loyal sons and daughters, all firm craftsmen of her faith. And I am so grateful for the opportunity to be part of this forum. I consider myself a daughter of Barbados,
Yes.
and you are a daughter of Barbados.
Listen,
Thank
I know
you.
that, and nobody can tell me otherwise.
You are a daughter of Barbados. Um, you have been grafted in, and you would understand that from the Bible. You've been grafted in, and so don't allow anyone to chop you off from the vine. Um, we're so glad to have you, and I pray that we remain committed as loyal sons and daughters to our country and to seek at every opportunity to do what is right to make our country and our living and our livelihood here to be the best possible. Um, I want to keep my pulse, Marcia, on things pertaining to the elderly,
Yes, ma'am.
to the elderly, and sorry about that, to the elderly, and so I'm going to get straight into it because I know of our time constraints and the many things that we have to attend to on the show. I'm so sorry that I was not able to send Dave my PowerPoints in a more timely fashion, but we were on the road. I haven't had
Yes,
lunch.
I think he has the PowerPoint. I think he
He
has
has
it.
them. Yes.
Oh
Um,
no, no, there's a challenge. Okay, but we'll just go ahead without them.
yes. Um, I haven't had lunch. I haven't had dinner, but I am all ready to go. Um, I would like to start with the first slide, if possible, Dave. The first slide.
Okay, so what's happening is that for some reason he's not seeing the PowerPoint.
Okay. Um, the PowerPoints this evening, as I said, I want to look at um, the resolution that was brought to the House about 2 weeks ago, a couple of days ago, last week or so,
Yes.
on the resolution on the national policy on aging. The national policy on aging, that resolution 2023 to 2028. I don't want us to in all the other activities going on around us to leave some of the critical um, members of the population out, and therefore it might have missed some of us. But there is a resolution um, that was brought to the House by it's here the Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, um, Honorable Kirk Humphrey, and it was contextualized. He spoke to the fact that 21% of the population will be over 65 within the next 10 years. Hence, the need to look strategically at matters pertaining to the elderly. The vote for the Ministry of the Elderly this year is $7 million, and I smile given I didn't have time to pull together more data or statistics, but I smile when I think of that allocation to the Ministry of Elderly and the work they have to do there, and the monies that are being found to do other things. May I refer again to Kensington? May I refer again to Oystons? May I refer again to the activities for the last crop over and the money spent? And this is the amount assigned to the elderly, $7 million. Now, one of the matters raised, and I'm going to share with you a clip by Minister Marsha Cattle, and I can appreciate her efforts in terms of some of the issues. She reminds me of Sonia Brown in some cases where, put aside the cybercrime bill, but some of the things, if you listen to, that she requests of the government. And please listen with me to that clip now that will be shared to hear her comments, her remarks on that resolution and the concerns that she raised. Thank you very much. Do listen.
But that brings me to the issue of what economists and others are now calling elder years income. The issue of income and how you can live and what you are earning as you get older. Sir, a constituent of mine came to me some time ago. She is over 80 years old, but you would not believe it. She came to me, lovely, poised, gracious lady, and she said that she was interested in working. She's interested in working in part because she needs to supplement her income, but in part because she wants to. And she said to me, you know, I know that you look at my, well, I have to look at the ID number, not at the face, to know, because I mean, she did not at all. She looked, the most she looked like she could be is probably 62, over 80 years old. And she wants to work. She actually needs to work. So I recall when I also had the privilege to be part of the team that was looking at the pension restructuring, that one of the options that we considered, because the consultations that we had raised it as an issue, was the extent to which we could introduce a partial pension alongside or in situations where people continue to work, choose, let me say clearly, where people choose to continue to work or even to pick up a different job after some years of retirement. And we know that there are people who choose to do that. There are people who pick up a hobby in retirement and realize, well, hang on, I could make some money from this. But then they are constrained in that choice because they will lose their pension. And one of the things that we considered very much was the extent to which in the next cycle of pension reform, we might look at the issue of a partial pension that comes alongside older people who choose to work. Let it not be said that this government is telling people that they have to work in perpetuity. But there are people who want to, and there are people who remain productive and want to contribute. But there are also people, regrettably, who feel like they have no choice. They are at or past retirement, and they do not have enough of an income. We aim to address that similarly through the pension reform, because one of the things that is very important to understand is the need to make contributions and to ensure that a person has enough contributions to be able to earn a pension. But we also have to have a frank conversation about about what people do with their income in later years. And we discussed it during the debate on population policy. There are households, talking about dependency ratio. When we talk about dependency ratio, we normally mean the extent to which a family depends on the people of working age in the household to earn. But there is almost a reverse dependency ratio, where there are households that are dependent on pensions, the pensions of older people. There are many households where it is a pension that was sending students to UE before 2018, when a former Democratic Labour Party government removed free tertiary education. There were pensions sending young people to the University of the West Indies and Community College and SJPI. If my pension has to send to school children, if my pension has to buy groceries for a household full of people, then how am I able to do the things that I need to do as an older person? How am I able to buy medication? How am I able to pay for the kind of recreation? We have a program in St. Michael South Central where one of the things that we do is to help support recreational activities of some of our older people. So that if you're doing a sewing class and you need some sewing items, we want to make sure that your brain remains engaged, because your brain remaining engaged is one of the best indicators of a positive outcome. If you get ill and have to be in hospital, you have something to go back to, you have something to live for. And like it or not, that is a fact. That is a fact that doctors are now documenting.
Dave, could we stop that one? Thank you. I am sharing this with you because these matters could just bypass us and hit us suddenly and recognize that, hey, we didn't know about this. I want you to engage in the debate, and this is something that I would like as well to share more with you on. This concept of partial pension. Partial pension. Ms. Caddo recognizes the reality, but do we want persons at 70, 75, yeah, even 80 who needs to work? And I agree with you. If someone at 80 years old needs to work, something is wrong. When everything is getting expensive, how will the elderly survive? Again, Ms. Cattle spoke about the dependency of other persons in the household on the pension of that elderly person. Should that be happening with our high education, opportunities for education, vocational training? Shouldn't persons have access to employment? Why is it that in this day and age that a household, and we know this is the reality, a household should be dependent on grandma's, auntie, great aunts, great grandma's pension? These are the realities. And to actually, I wonder what advice was given to that 80-year-old Marcia. That bothered me. That is why I said I would come throw it out, Marcia, for further discussion and for persons like Caswell to talk more about this whole concept of partial pension. What will it constitute? These are some gray areas. Some really good and some to be proactive. But will it work? And should it be happening?
Right.
Should it be happening? There is another matter here that was raised could I see that clip, please? Marcia, I'm just sensitizing because these things will slip through and take us, by storm or unawares. And so I want, just like how with the cybercrime bill, I focus on its impact on the elderly. I am again keeping the elderly in focus because remember, the elderly has a vote and a strong vote. Even in this panel, Marcia, you're the youngest, but all of us constitute that group called the elderly. Reverend Ferdinand, Glyne, myself, Maxine, and Caswell. Although we might not want to, carry that in the label.
No, you're
We
not no
are.
elderly. You trust me.
But we are certainly, we will be certainly constitute, and we are part of that constitution, which represents to 21% of the elderly who will be over 65 in the next 10 years. God spare lives. You too, Marcia. You'll be there by then. Sorry to remind you. May I see the other clip quickly on where Miss Cattle spoke about the basket of goods for the
The
elderly?
basket of goods. So this is, we just have a picture.
There was a clip from
So
her too.
unfortunately,
But
because
let's
of
look at
when,
the
yeah.
this
Yes,
one.
yes, ma'am.
Marcia, can you see to read it better than I do from my end?
Yes, so let me work on that for you. And while we're doing that, we're going to ask you to share. I also see Dr. Ferdinand is in. I think I'm not sure if there's something he's trying to tell me. Let me just check on that. Okay. All right.
Oh, I
Okay.
can see it, Marcia.
You can see it? Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, please. And this was given in
Are you
20.
near to your fan?
Oh, I'm sorry, Marcia. So
Yes,
sorry.
no
Um,
problem.
I've
That's
turned it
okay.
off.
Yes.
This was given in 20.
What's its year on it? We can't see the year.
Yeah, Barbadians will be able to stretch, and this is from the loop. Barbadians will be able to stretch their dollar in the supermarket as a result of a compact between government and the private sector. Prime Minister Mia Armo Motley announced that from July the 21st to January the 31st, 2023, residents will be paying less at the cashier for 44 items in the supermarket. And
Yes.
this is quoted by her from her. At the moment, we have a wide basket of goods that Barbadians have become accustomed to, for which VAT has been removed for a long time. The government recognizes that we need to add a few more items to to that basket of goods. The Prime Minister remarked during an address to the today, Thursday, July the 14th. That was 2022. She
Yes.
also declared that duties will be removed on citrus fruits such as oranges, grapefruits, lemons, and limes. Supermarkets have agreed, as well as wholesalers, distributors, and farmers, all to review their markups and for these 44 items. They have agreed for the most part, with the exception of 2 or 3, to leave their markups no higher than between 12 to 15% to ensure that every Barbadian household, but in particular the vulnerable, can benefit from these items. Let me be clear at the outset, it is not every item, but there is a sufficiently large range of items here that any family can live and live well. And I'm going to show you the item. Prime Minister Motley said, while promising that consumers will see, I believe the word will see significant reductions
In
in prices.
prices.
Is
Yes.
that the reality, Marcia? Are we
Mm.
seeing them? I know for the last few sessions, you've been talking about the cost of living. Is it really so? And here's the list of items. So we don't need those PowerPoints.
Mm.
We have whole chicken, chopped mixed chicken, stewed chicken, and chicken backs. You don't know how expensive even chicken backs are.
Yeah, even the chicken back is expensive, and they cut off all. Yeah, it's yeah,
I leave you a lot of either
bones.
fat, a lot
Mm-hmm.
of the chicken bottom, and a lot of offal in it. Pork, pork hind legs, true pork, knuckles and hocks. I went into a store this today, a supermarket, and I saw about it wasn't a pound of less than a pound of stewed pork for $14. It wasn't quite a pound. And it was marked down 25%. People are leaving the meats on the shelves now till they smell bad, and then the supermarket is giving you a markdown on meat that is bad. It's gone past the due date because it's so expensive, people not buying it. You have stewed pork, knuckles and hog, beef stew, breakfast oat, sliced ham, the vat to be removed, Milo, vat to be removed, drinking chocolate, eggs, evaporated milk. Um, I Beverly's comment is here, so it blocked me. I'm sorry. Drinking chocolate, eggs, evaporated milk. I'm just going through this list quickly. Baby food milk, 3% milk, 2% milk, sorry, New Zealand cheddar cheese, soya bean or sunflower cooking oil, rice, macaroni, eclipse biscuits, soda singles and multi-pack biscuits, salt bread, white sandwich bread, only certain bakeries. Let's stop here about bread, Marcia.
Mm.
You remember during COVID when the Prime Minister was speaking to the nation, she was talking about, you make some bakes and have a cup of tea like your grandmother used to do it.
Yeah.
And she said, talking about that, by the way, I need to get, was it cassava flour or some kind of flour from Suriname because of my flour going out.
Mm.
Did you remember that? I
I
smiled.
didn't. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear
Yes,
it.
she did say that she needed to get some more flour from Suriname. I think it's cassava or those flowers from another plant. Um, White sandwich bread, only certain bakeries, whole wheat bread, oranges, apples, sardines, tuna, oil and water, corned beef, split peas, tinned and fresh, pigeon peas, tinned and fresh, black-eyed peas, flour, certainly not the exotic flour, cassava flour, whatever, sunflower margarine, black tea, cream of wheat, cornflakes, peanut butter, chow mein, ramen, honey, pigtails, toilet soap, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, baby diapers, single toothbrushes, toothpaste, roll-on deodorant, and bleach. This constituted the basket of the 44 items between um, July 2022 and January 2023. I was looking, Marcia, but I don't know to see if we had a revised basket of items for the period after um, the January 2023 until now. But what I do know as a shopper, that those things in that basket, we can't live on and live well. As she said, obviously her world and their world are miles apart from our world and our realities. I know, Marcia, I know that how the decisions one has to make, and here I put it. Um, when you think about going to the supermarket, you get a headache just thinking about going to
It's
the
true. It's
supermarket
true.
and the choices one has to make. Think of pensioners who for whatever reason have very reduced pensions.
Yes.
Think about and in their Marcia, I believe I'll come back some other time. Think about those returning nationals. We were looking at the pound, the exchange of Barbados, the pound to Barbados. The pound now has been reduced to $2.50. So when that retiring national here come from the UK, we think that they have money. I can speak to my own departed mother's realities. Did she not have me? And I consider myself a good daughter, and my husband a good son-in-law, and my cousin whom she called her son. The three of us closing ranks. I do not know how my mother would have survived on her pension, both from the UK and England. And we are looking also at the decisions that have
Yes.
to be made. And I went into the supermarket today, and my husband and I said, put it back. We can do without it. We
Mm-hmm.
can't afford it. And it sometimes we and those of us who have cars spend more time not only paying at the pump as you talked about it with the senator Ryan Walters. We spend time, those of us who have a car, supermarket hunting. What about the pensioner who has to use the bus? Now we are hearing that it's a tax that the tap operators are saying, look, this is not profitable. We're not getting our monies on time, obliging the pensioners to show their card and ride on our buses. So when that service is withdrawn, how many pensioners can do uh, supermarket hopping to get a bargain from supermarket in supermarket, then pull a trolley and pull a bag on a bus? And these are our realities. And so let's look at that slide again, Marcia. The choices that we have to
Yes.
make.
Let me see if our technical person can get that up again. The choices, and I love it because I could see myself there. We were there today and trying to make decisions. Let me also say, Rose, we have another 5 minutes in this
Yes,
segment.
please.
Yeah, we went way over, but it's okay. We have 5 minutes. Nigel is there waiting. So go right
Okay.
ahead. Let me see if we can get it back up. They might be having some challenges, but continue, Rose. Thank you.
And there is one other, while we are waiting, one other from Marsha Cattle's mouth. And I want the public to hear that so that we can remind them that they said it. And it was, I don't know, or I can paraphrase it, when Miss Cattle is saying that the government needs to revisit that basket of goods to reflect goods and items that the elderly, not this one, but another one, the elderly need to have. And we need to lobby them and hold them responsible. The elderly we know are coming with a package of NCDs. They recognize that. And some of these items here do not meet the needs, the nutritional needs of the elderly. I would recommend that a team of um, dietitians, particularly those catering for the needs of the elderly, the gerontology, that they will pull together a team who will, Ms. Cattle, talk about portions, the amount that you eat and all of that. But given the items here, some of the elderly can't even get the portions. We do know how expensive the vegetables are. We do know how expensive um, low sodium and low fat and low sugar items are. I want us to keep our thumbs on these utterances that they will provide affordable foods in that basket that will meet the needs as well as the pockets of the elderly. Either bring the pension closer to the basket or the basket closer to the pensions. And we do know that the pensions don't only go to buy food, but those pensions also go to pay the utilities, to pay taxes, to pay taxes directly or indirectly on the other items that carry food items that carry VAT, on um, clothes that they have to wear, and we're not even getting into medication that the government does not provide. I do know of persons who have had the jab
Yes.
who now have to buy expensive monthly medication. There's one called Xarelto that's about $170 monthly for a monthly supply. They're not even talking about the healthcare basket beyond toiletries. So I am closing here,
Yes.
Marcia, but I want us to be sensitized to what's going on in terms of this resolution um, on the national policy on aging um, for the next up to 2028. And
Yes.
let us speak to these things more regularly. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Rose. This is something that I want to follow up with you on so that we can make it, something, one of the things that we create an awareness about and create a campaign around it. So we can speak to Lisa, Rose, and just message me and let's give us the information so we can try to create a campaign around it. I think it's very important that we
Thank
do.
you.
And once again, I want to thank you for bringing this to our attention, and another brilliant presentation. We appreciate the time that you take to do this kind of research and to bring it to us. We really, really do. I've been taking notes, and it's something that I think that we as I said, it should not just be this one show, but we need to follow up on it and create awareness about the elderly. Yes, so we'll do that off air. Thank you so much, Rose. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Marcia, please excuse me so I could go and get a bite and I'll come back later.
Of course, of course. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, Rose. Okay, well, I mean, we have Mr. Nigel Newton. We haven't seen you, Nigel, in a long time. Well, they haven't seen you. I've seen you in a long time. And we're so happy that you are back with us again to make a presentation, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Marcia. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we're hearing you loud and clear, and I'm so proud of you. You're all set up and looking quite, the professional, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Uh, it is indeed an honor to be sharing with you and the loyal sons and daughters all um, in the show tonight. Now, the last 2 months have been quite challenging for me. However, I am here to uh, energize our battle against despotism, corruption, and unethical governance. Now,
Yes.
I welcome this opportunity also to with you in an investigation into the crime and violence devastating the lives of young men of African ancestry in Barbados.
Actually, Nigel, before you go on, there was somebody here, from Caribbean Social Report, and they were asking what is our comment on what has happened with the shooting this weekend. And we did speak about it earlier, but Nigel tonight is going to be speaking, giving his views on what we need to do to reduce crime in Barbados. But just before you go, Nigel, I wanted to remind people of what has occurred. Last night there was a shootout in Silver Hill where a young 12-year-old girl was shot in a Silver Hill drive-by, and she was shot in her hand, and it was by a heavy weapon that she was shot, and she was outside, and they were just spraying bullets, and she got caught in it. So that little girl, I'm sure, more than likely, might not even be able to go to school when school starts in a couple of weeks, because she would be in the hospital probably, because you could see where the bullet went in her hand. Here they were sending it around a pretty little 12-year-old girl. And then August 22nd, the same August 22nd, there was a 16-year-old charged for fatal shooting, where he just shot a 17-year-old in his face, right? Then on that same day, it was reported that three you're talking about black men, were involved in a 30 million drug bust, right? 30 million drug bust here in St. Philip. Then on the same August 22nd, there was a fugitive that was at large, it seemed, and the police put up his picture on Facebook, and then he says, well, he didn't know that they were looking for him, and he turned himself in. So a fugitive, he turned himself in. That's all on the same day, August 22nd. August 22nd again, there was a crash, right? One of the crash victims died, where there was a guy who was wanted by the police, and it is alleged the police was chasing him, and he had a girl on the back of the bike, and the girl died. There was an accident. The girl died on the scene, and the wanted man, according to the police, alleged that he died at the hospital. And all of this, we're reading this every day. Every day we're reading something else is happening in the newspaper. It is just, your presentation, I'm saying, is very, very important tonight. Go right ahead, Nigel. Continue, please.
Well, like every other Barbadian, I am heartbroken at the level of crime and violence, drug addiction, and whatever else is devastating the lives of people, young black men in Barbados. I would not center my presentation on what is actually happening day to day. what I hope to do, or what I plan to do in this presentation, is to offer solutions,
Yes.
or to bring to Barbados's attention what are some of the things that we need to do in order to stem the tide of crime and violence. So tonight's presentation is entitled New Approaches to Crime Reduction. New Approaches to Crime Reduction. And it's going to be part of a series. The next presentation will be titled Blueprint for Crime Reduction. And I will be dealing with more details in that next presentation. However, tonight, given my experience as a retired probation officer and a lifelong student of moral philosophy or ethics, I am eminently qualified to examine or analyze the core issues nestled beneath the catastrophic criminal behavior destroying the hope, aspiration, and lives of young Black men. I affirm and declare that my analysis and suggestion will afford us a unique opportunity to end the tragic loss of life, the pain and suffering of the Black family, and propel Barbados onto the path of cultural renewal, equity, justice, and good governance. We cannot remain passive victims of historical amnesia. The deeply rooted spiritual, emotional, and psychological pain devastating the manly characteristics and lives of young Black men demands a meticulous and incisive investigation. The social and economic marginalization of young Black men in Barbados is the fertile nesting ground for the galloping devolution, destruction of their personhood, high incidence of crime, violence, drug addiction, and prostitution among young men of African ancestry. These are the incontrovertible evidence of their trauma, psychiatric pain, suffering, moral decadence, and criminal behavior. We will not effectively address and redress these debilitating conditions without a phenotypically specific and culturally relevant spiritual and philosophical analysis of the historical events which spawned our plight and condition in the world. We must be strategic, decisive, and unapologetically resolute in answering the unresolved questions demanding our attention. We must, without shame or apology, vigorously implement the appropriate policies and procedures to secure our liberation and guarantee our unalienable right of peaceful living throughout our earthly sojourn. These policies and procedures are the foundational prerequisites for our self and group actualization. And I would want to pause here and ask or consider the questions that are demanding our attention. So I ask, what precisely are the questions demanding our attention. I unhesitatingly acknowledge the following. Invasion and conquest, the colonial order, mass sexual violence, exile and enslavement, religious re-education, and miseducation. The deeply rooted catastrophic consequences of those destructive events demand a resolute and decisive interrogation into the devastating consequences of Arab, Asian, and Western European contact with our ancestors. Hence, the urgency of a phenotypically specific analysis of the highlighted questions I have here. Oh, by the way, may I apologize for not having my usual PowerPoint for you tonight, because it was sort of an emergency that
Yes.
I decided to address this issue tonight. So I will share with you, however, at a later date, but I do apologize for not having my usual PowerPoint for you. Now, the questions that we need to ask: how do we reclaim and re-engage Black manhood? How do we defend?
Hold a minute. So how do we reclaim?
How do we, as a people,
Mm-hmm.
reclaim and engage Black manhood?
Black manhood. Okay. Mm-hmm.
2, how do we defend, protect, how do we defend, protect, and consolidate Black manhood?
Consolidate Black manhood. Interesting. Mm-hmm.
3rd question, what exactly are the challenges and responsibilities of Black manhood? And the
What
reason
are
for
the
these
challenges and responsibility of Black manhood?
yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes, because it is universally accepted that slavery and colonization destroyed and limited the expression of Black manhood. We were controlled and told what to do, when to do, how to do, and so on and so forth. So those things impacted our ability to act and behave like real African men. Okay, so hence the need for those questions. Now, the history of enslavement and colonization exudes many challenges to Black manhood. Challenges such as poverty, marginalization, and inability to exercise power in his defense, that is the Black man's defense, inability to protect his family and make meaningful contributions to the total development. However, the most dangerous threat to Black manhood is a colonized, angry, rebellious, competitive, and destructive Black woman.
Mm.
Yes.
Can you
And
repeat that?
I will explain that.
Can you repeat what you just said? Women, listen to what he said. Do we agree with him? Say it again, Nigel.
The most dangerous threat to Black manhood is a colonized, angry, rebellious, competitive, and destructive Black woman. Note, my comrades, this is not an attack on Black womanhood. I am not misogynistic. My candid assessment must never be interpreted as evidence of any misogyny against my African sisters. I am, however, affirming that the greatest act of God, or Amen-Ra, Dambala, or the Orisha God, is the creation of the Black woman, the mother of all humanity. Sadly, the Black woman has been and continues to be the butt of immense disrespect, sexual violence, abuse, and oppression. Her personhood has been debased, degraded, and denied. Her authority and self-determination have been feared and denied. The loving, protective, and supportive relationship she once enjoyed with her male consort remains broken. The Black woman is angry. Now, my brothers, what are the responsibilities of the Black man? My brothers, given our containment and emasculation during enslavement and colonization, we were stripped of our freedom and capacity to give loving support and encouragement to our female consort. Therefore, our primary responsibilities and commitment is a deeply spiritual introspection and a candid answer to the following questions. We Black men need to ask these questions and give a candid answer to all of them. And you will soon find out where I am going with this presentation. So, why is the Black woman angry, rebellious, competitive, and destructive? Comrades, my male comrades, let us be serious. Let us answer these questions. What have we done, are doing, or are not doing that angers the Black woman? How do we, men, reverse this tragic, catastrophic reality? What steps must be taken to restore a peaceful, respectful, balanced, and cooperative relationship between ourselves and the Black woman? How do we foster and develop a phenotypically specific unanimity of purpose in social construction and the development of the Black family? Do we Black men have the political will, courage, self and group respect to effectively address and redress the challenges and responsibilities of Black manhood? Traditionally, the most lethal weapon or strategy used by our enemy has been the destruction of the relationship between the Black woman and the Black man. However, given the progression of strategic accommodations, we have a unique opportunity to effectively address and redress and banish forever the historic challenges to Black manhood and Black womanhood. How so and why? The broken and toxic relationship between the black man and the black woman is the epicenter or the main cause of crime and violence and their catastrophic impact on the black family. If we continue to ignore these questions, unless and until we do, our children and nation will remain the butt of spiritual and social dislocation, moral decadence, containment, economic deprivation, servitude, and political irrelevance. So, my colleagues, my brothers, we have to seriously answer those questions. However, there are some prerequisites which I need to bring to your attention. And so I ask, what are the undeniable prerequisites for successfully addressing and redressing the challenges of black manhood? What steps must be taken to assist the black man in reclaiming his right and authority to defend his responsibility and accountability for the development of black manhood? Might I suggest the following? An admission that we, African Barbadians, are a sick and broken people. 2, acknowledgement that we, African Barbadians, suffer from a deep and pervasive self-contempt and existential psychosis. And Marcia, can you just put up that I did email you a definition of these two concepts.
Yeah,
Do you have
we
them?
don't have we tonight we're actually screening our film in Canada. So Dave is between two dealing with two technical things at the moment, so he's not able to put that up, unfortunately, for you. Okay, so really sorry about
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Perhaps I will get back to that at the end of the show. Okay.
Yeah.
A recognition that we African Barbadians have to take absolute responsibility for our self rediscovery, self repair, self healing, and liberation without shame or apology. We must accept that we have to close our borders. At the same time, we must rigidly manage migration into Barbados, suspend the granting of citizenship to foreign nationals, and redefine who is Barbadian. There must be an absolute rejection of the Prime Minister's sick-minded plan to facilitate the arrival of 80,000 migrants into Barbados very soon. We must also enact an Alien Landholding Act which prohibits the sale of land and commercial property to foreign nationals. All lands and state-owned enterprises sold to foreign nationals and multinational corporations between June 2018 and December 2024 must be cancelled and returned to the citizens of Barbados. Such lands and commercial property must be held in trust for Barbadians of African ancestry.
Yeah.
conceptualization and development of a phenotypically specific and culturally relevant unified field theory. The aim of this theory shall be to determine our vision of who we are, our values and systems of social and economic organization and governance, to affirm and declare what shall be our condition in the world and assert our unalienable right to participate in the development of high culture and civilization. The inculcation of these ideological and philosophical principles into our personal and national consciousness fosters the development of an African-centered paradigm in the management of national affairs. Hence, the inauguration of a new life-affirming social, economic, and political ethos where equity, justice, and the principles of ethical governance will be permanently etched into our consciousness. Consequently, the application of new approaches in social construction, human development, and nation building. Henceforth, Barbadians of African ancestry will achieve effective economic power, authentic personal development, and self and group actualization. Brother and sister Barbadians, until we take a bold, decisive step towards the realization of these prerequisites, we will never, one, intercept and end the galloping devolution of young black men. Two, arrest the spiritual, emotional, moral, ethical, psychiatric, and social degradation of young black men. Eliminate the high incidence of crime and violence destroying the lives of young black men in the prime of life. And finally, we will never enter the boardroom. And notice I said the boardroom of the conceptual universe to fulfill our role in the conceptualization and development of the spiritual ideals, concepts, ideas, and philosophical and ideological and ideology to guide us in the attainment of our earthly mission.
Okay.
So, in conclusion, my comrades, the end of Barbados as we know it to be is at hand. We cannot continue to be a sick and broken people, unaware of the galloping catastrophe descending upon our nation. The time for resolute and decisive action against this corrupt, insensitive government is swiftly eluding us. Let us, without fear, shame, or apology, dislodge and redress the policies and institutions nestled within the contagion which continues to spawn our containment, oppression, and destruction. May the divine presence throughout the cosmos guide, protect, and inspire us as we repel the situations, institutions, and personalities destroying our hope, aspirations, and desires to fulfill the terms and conditions of our contractual obligations. Peace be upon you.
Thank you, Nigel. And we received that peace. We need that peace right now in Barbados with the crime, the escalation in crime that is happening all over Barbados, every parish. Nobody is exempted. So we received that peace. Now we wanted to do a little discussion, but I don't think our time has run away from us. And I see Mr. Franklin is there, but if I could take just 5 minutes, I will give him back the time because he will have until the end of the show. He's going to actually carry us to the end of the show. I'll tell the viewers why soon. But I just some quick question. Let's spend about 3 minutes on this one. You talk about the breakdown of the relationship between the black man and the black woman as one of the main reasons for the crime and violence that we're seeing among our black men or being perpetrated by our black men in society. You said you lay a lot of this at the feet of the breakdown of the relationship between the black woman and the black man. Can you answer that or expand on that in 2 minutes?
Well, I am drawing from my experience in the probation department when I was in that department because I'm retired now. But you would note that, okay, have you ever heard of the Willie Lynch letter?
Yes.
Right. Also bear that in mind. But note that during slavery, and especially during slavery, the black man was denied the freedom to bond with the black woman. The massa had absolute control over the relationship between, in fact, over the lives of both black men and women while they were enslaved.
Yes.
Okay, so they dictated, and I remember. I think I could. I will share this with you. When I was a boy, I used to hear the older men talking, and they would have been talking about the black man having to hide and beg the black woman for intimate relations because during slavery and colonization they were not allowed, they were not free to do those, free to bond as husband and wife or boyfriend girlfriend, that type of thing. That relationship was under control, and it continued such that the damages that were done during slavery and colonization continue to impact the relationship between the black woman and the black man. And we never, as a people, we never address those issues.
Mm-hmm.
And until we as a group, as black men and black women, until we come together and forget the fighting and blaming and, black man think that the black woman is too bossy and so, no, 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 no. We need to forget that and examine ourselves and find out where things went wrong and work on repairing the damage that was done to both of us during slavery and colonization. And I guarantee you, when we come together and remove those problems, then we will have better homes, better relationships between the black man and the black woman, and together we will be able to raise our children as we would want them raised, and we will see not the level of crime and violence that is currently destroying our lives.
Very interesting. Very interesting. As someone said, needs a lot more discussion. And we started from the beginning. We were, we went over a little bit on Mrs. Corbin's, and then it affected you. But I mean, each of them just so interesting. We didn't want to stop her either. But Nigel, thank you so much, and hopefully when you come on again, if you do a shorter presentation, so we'll have more discussion. I think a lot will come out of the discussion. In fact, I think that's what we need to do is probably do some discussion out of what you just presented. right, for next week, Friday. Thank you so much, Nigel. God bless you. Thanks for the research that you've done and for the time that it has taken you to put this thing together, this presentation together. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, and I will be willing to answer your questions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So everybody get your questions ready next week, Friday. I think the women, I think they understand you a bit better now. The women were ready for you, but I think they understand you a bit better. God bless you, Nigel. Thank you.
You're welcome, Marcia. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Good night, Mr. Franklyn. How are you doing, sir?
Good night, Marcia, and good night, everybody on the show tonight. I am still wonderful. At least I think so.
You look wonderful. Yes, well, welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you again, because we don't get to see you until Sunday and Fridays. So only on Sundays and Fridays. So whenever you come on, we're so excited to have you. Now, what are you talking about tonight?
Well, tonight I had intended to deal with mpox or monkeypox, but before I do so, there's some intervening things that I would want to speak on to let people be aware of what is happening. First, my understanding is that last time I spoke, I said that we issued the land tax demand notices, but they have not sent them out. They delayed we issued them on the 13th. On the 13th, excuse me. On the 13th of this month, you would have 30 days to get your 10% discount. Now, if they have not sent them out as yet, by the time they send them out, you can miss your 10% discount. So I think the people who are involved, who have to pay these notices, should get in touch with BRA and tell them, look, you tell me that these things coming off. The Prime Minister promised that they can do something about it. I understand you did something about it. Where's the bill? Because my understanding is that they were issued, but not sent out. That's one. Today, I received a WhatsApp message from a person who shall remain nameless, and it troubles me. Apparently, a worker passed away working at this particular company. It's nothing to do with the work. She passed away, and the phone was supposed to be next week. And the company was so callous as to send out their policy that says, I'm not going to read it for you. This is the week before the funeral,
Yeah.
Oran Limited recognizes that from time to time, there might be a funeral service for a dear colleague or for their colleague's relatives, which employees might want to attend. While respecting this desire, it is essential that we consider the operational requirements of the company and the needs of the customer. To clarify any confusion, we have decided to state and clarify the company's position on employees that seek to arrive late or leave early due to a non-emergency. No. Employees that wish to attend a funeral or any other elective non-work event during company hours must make a request to the supervisor at least 4 days prior to the funeral. Sometimes that's not possible because I only found the funeral is Wednesday and waiting the Sunday sun. So sometimes that's not possible, but we'll get there. An employee that is granted permission to leave work early or to attend half day will receive a notification from the supervisor or HR department via the production clerk at least 1 day prior to the funeral. Permission will be granted on a first come, first served basis or case by case basis. Employees shall not be allowed to work through the lunch to make up for the time lost due to the funeral unless express permission is given on the instructions of the production manager. In cases whereby the funeral is on in the afternoon, employees attending can clock out at lunch and proceed on. Likewise, all morning funerals, employees can report back to work after lunch. Where the funeral is for a direct family member, uncle, aunt, cousin, godparent, child, please indicate upon requesting permission. The above policy does not apply to employees that qualify for bereavement leave. I don't know who they are. And they said failure to observe the above policy will result in the incident being recorded as unexcused absence and could result in disciplinary action being taken.
Wow.
You know, I understand. I know some companies and some workplaces, you know, when a colleague dies, he plays a shot. Out of respect. They are telling you, we ain't shutting. I mean, let some of you go. But for the they can shut down. They like they're operating something like a cement plant that if you shut down, you got 3 days to come back up. You know what I mean? But I don't understand why we would even contemplate taking that type of action a few days before the funeral of a person who was working for you, a person who was a colleague. It's marks of disrespect. You know, you have no sympathy, no empathy, no anything for the people. You know, you working with people. You get build relationships. You know, you and that person become good friends as a result of coming to work and dealing with each other. And you might want to go on this, and especially if the person is a friendly person who works there and helpful and things, people want to go and pay their last respect. And you are hearing now an employer is saying to the workers, no, that ain't gonna happen, or again, that can lead to disciplinary action. Now, so let's say now I decided, well, I'm not working today. If not, I wouldn't advocate for people to call in sick because you're not sick. But the sickness will be coming from this memo, or the person who even penned it or who decided that it should go, because that is pushing it too far now. We have not gone back to slavery, or at least not officially yet. And employers must take regard of the feelings of their employees. You know, but if I had a situation where I couldn't attend the funeral of a dear, loving colleague, and some of your friends are close to you as family, or sometimes closer because of the interactions you had with them, and you can say, oh, they're not uncle, aunt, cousin, godparent, so you can't go to the funeral or not, I can punish you. If you do, I really feel that Oran should rethink this policy and make sure that it be a bit more human. They have a human resource department, but they don't think that they're dealing with humans. That is all I can say to that. I will not go any further. I will now deal with the topic that I want, I intended to deal with. I will now deal with the topic that I started out. You know, this week, the World Health Organization declared that mpox, they don't call it monkeypox anymore. They call it mpox. And they say it is a global health emergency of international concern. That is after one case outside of Africa where they seeded it in Sweden. You know, and I'm worried about this type of behavior because they jumped the gun too soon. You had one case in Europe, in Sweden, and all of a sudden, that has become a global public health emergency. But what are they planning? They're planning another COVID. They're planning to do the same nonsense again. But I can tell you how to get rid of this monkeypox thing, you know, because they have not told you how it is spread, other than it is spread among men who have sex with other men. And they say it spread that way and other ways. But they have not identified the other ways that it is spread. And I'm only quoting from what they have sent out. I am an expert on these things. I'm only reading what I have been watching on the news and on the releases from the WHO. So up to this day, they have not said to you that it can be spread, and they say it can be spread in other ways, but they don't specify how these other ways. The one that we know about is it is spread by men who have sex with men. All you have to do is to not have sex with another man, and you will make sure, and that is one sure way of not getting this monkeypox if somebody has it. Right? So I think that is good enough for me, because I'm not going to try it. But we got to be careful. If we reach the stage where government our government come up now like they did the last time with COVID and impose a lot of restrictions, might think that it's a point you to where you have rights. Your rights are contained in a piece of legislation called the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act. That act was passed in 2021 during the pandemic. And at section 6 of that act, it says, let me read it for you, because I don't like to give information that I believe. I like to give information that I know. And it says, subject to section 8, an employer shall not require a person to answer questions in relation to or undergo a test for a medical condition as a precondition to entering into a contract of employment or as a condition for the continuance of employment. So all that is saying to you is that they cannot require you legally to go and get tested, but there's an exception. It is, and I'm not going to read the legislation for the exception, I'm going to explain it because it's a bit of mumbo jumbo. It says, if it relates to a genuine occupational qualification, that means something like this. If you prepare food, you know, they send you for a doctor certificate to see that you haven't got TB or none, so that you can go and prepare food for people. If it is something like that, yes, the employer can send you to get a test to make sure that you weren't contaminating the food and that kind of stuff. And that has been happening from time immemorial. This has nothing to do with any COVID or any other disease. It just means that, you know, food handling certificate, you have to worry about that, right? So if it is something like that, where your job requires that you have a certain health status, so be it. And this case was, that piece of legislation was tested by a lady called Ivana Wiggins Hoyt, who works at Rubis. I went before the Employment Tribunal, and I don't want to be boastful, but she was represented by one Caswell Franklyn in that matter. And she prevailed. So that has set the standard and the policy and the law, the interpretation of the law, so that it will not happen again, or it should not happen again. And this is what happened. The company, Rubis, during COVID, took directives from government. They had meetings, the employers had meetings with government, and they came up with this policy. Even though the government was aware or ought to have known that the policy that of Section 6 of the Act, because they are the people who put it in place. They put this act in place. So they ought to have known what is contained in the legislation just mere months after it has been put in place. So this policy required employees to be vaccinated. And if you were not vaccinated, you had to submit to weekly tests. But they put the thing in your nose, and or you couldn't work there. And you were also threatened with disciplinary action and stuff if you fail to get that done. The applicant in this case, Yvonne Wiggins Hoyt, she did not intend to be vaccinated. I commend her. And she intended to work. But each time she went to work, they would put her out. As a matter of fact, one instance, she went to work and worked for 5.5 hours. And then people said, wait, you're vaccinated, go home. You know, it was so farcical, it's funny. So she and other employees, approached the Labor Department. And the Labor Department wrote to Rubis and said, let me just pull it up for you because I don't want to misquote anybody. The Chief Labor Officer wrote to Rubis to say, and this was on October 7, 2021, advising that it is not mandatory for any employee in Barbados to take a COVID-19 vaccine, nor for him to or her to undergo a test for the continuance of employment. Rather, it is for each employee to determine whether or not he or she wants to be vaccinated. Therefore, the ministry directs that an unvaccinated employee is not to be treated unfairly nor discriminated against by the employer because of his or her vaccination status. The Labor Department of the Ministry of Labor and Social Partnership strongly recommend that you immediately withdraw the offending paragraphs of the policy. They refused. Mind you, you must be aware that several other people in Barbados got fired because they refused to get tested or get vaccinated. Now, having clear directions from the government entity responsible for labor in Barbados, Rubis ignored the government. And their CEO replied to the Chief Labor Officer saying, the guidelines represents Rubis' best endeavors to manage the risk of contagion at its office and places of work in compliance with its statutory duty under the Safety and Health at Work Act, Cap 356 of the Laws of Barbados, Shaw Act. We are satisfied that the guidelines are appropriate to address the prevailing health crisis in Barbados and reflect WUBE's best endeavors to safeguard the health and welfare of its employees. Mind you, if WUBES had followed the directive of the Labor Department and the Ministry of Labor, they had no liability. So it was more than this. They were urged, the employers who went to that meeting, they were urged to insist on these things to force the employees to get vaccinated. And they were emboldened because they had a McGuffey giving them these directives, even though that McGuffey knew what the law said and could not impose it in the public service. Because when they tried to do that with the nurses, the union representing those nurses took strike action. And to my knowledge, it was the longest strike in the history of Barbados. And it was 13 weeks. And you know, just a little sidebar, you know, if you take industrial action, at the behest of the union to get your rights, and the employer decides to fire you or even demote you or to adversely affect your employment, it's a criminal offense for the employer to do so. And having done so, the person could end up facing the court, and this is a small fine, just $1,000 or 6 months in jail or both. And any employer in Barbados could go to jail for 6 months for treating workers badly. I wouldn't feel that way about that. So they can continue to do it, but that's if the courts cooperate and follow the law, right? So that was just to put that in so that you would be aware that you have some rights, right? Rubis decided that it will not comply with the directives of the Labor Department. They were listening to instructions that were illegally given, that were not in the best interest of the workers themselves, but because we wanted to get money from the United States, because Biden had proposed that if we get 70% of our people vaccinated, so we will get some sort of money from a fund. And this government went, boy, to make sure to get that money. And they did everything possible to try to get 70% of the population vaccinated, even requiring private employers to vaccinate, to get their workers vaccinated. And we know of cases where people were fired. These cases now are before the Labor Department. The Labor Department and the tribunal. And the Labor Department and the tribunal have not seen it fit to fast track any of these cases, especially in a situation where we have a ruling by the tribunal that says that action was unlawful. But let me continue. Paragraph 13 of the decision. They went as far as to try to stop the lady from going to work. You know, you put your finger in a keypad and, you know, biometric thing, and you get the doors will open for you. They deactivated her fingerprints. They did everything possible. They even at one stage suspended her without pay. Well, again, not trying to boast or anything, but at a meeting with the labor department on that issue, they refunded the rescinded the suspension and refunded the money that they had not paid, because again we were going to take further action, because the suspension without pay is tantamount to dismissal, especially when you don't have a trial. There's no case, you don't have a case, somebody just come and say, well, look, we can suspend you. It don't work like that. If they want to take disciplinary action against you in Barbados, there must be some sort of disciplinary action taken. So I am working and then they don't get the pay. And they can say, well, my money, and you don't give me money. I can decide, well, look, you know something? I was working here for all these years. I want compensation for unfair dismissal. So that's what it can lead to. So they were persuaded and they paid the money to the applicant, and that was it. But when the claimant went to work and she could not get in, she got an email that says, as you are keenly aware, you have decided not to comply with RUBIS protocols, which require all employees must be fully vaccinated, or if not vaccinated, tested for COVID on a weekly basis to be allowed to work in the office. Your repeated attempts to enter the building without a vaccination or a COVID test are a serious violation of our policy and would put others at serious risk of contracting COVID. The company reserves all rights to take any disciplinary action for your willful and reckless violation of our policy. But the claimant responded and gives them why she ain't taking the vaccine. And one of the reasons why she ain't taking the vaccine too is that the vaccinated people at the workplace were dropping down like flies with COVID. So you didn't have any unvaccinated people at the workplace. They were all not allowed to come in the office. But the people who were vaccinated, next thing you know, they get sick. When they get tested, they got COVID and vaccinated. And they may learn from that, because they were telling you that you have to be vaccinated. If you're not vaccinated, you can't come work. But because you were not supposed to get sick after you take the vaccine, well, everybody knows that that was never true. And they were able to prove it, and that was admitted. Or rather, it was not denied, because when we put that in our the statement to the tribunal, they did not deny it, because it was absolutely true. People got COVID at work who were vaccinated, and they still wouldn't allow her to come to work. That's Section 30, Paragraph 20. Excuse me, before I proceed, Marcia has, she said the film Joseph was screened in Canada. As director, I'm answering questions from, let me just hit that thing there. I'm answering questions from the audience. And she asked me to please apologize, and I so apologize. And she said she was called away before, and she should be back by 9:30. Right? So that's why you're not seeing Marcia on the screen, only my handsome face. Right? Mind you, let me get back to this. Rubis says get vaccinated or get tested or don't come in our place. The Labor Department says to Rubis that is illegal. You can't force people to do so. And what did the Labor Department do when Rubis continued to insist? Anybody's guess. You know what they did? Nothing. They allowed Rubis to continue forcing employees to get swabbed, even though they told them. So the Labor Department was not there to protect workers. It was there to watch government policies. To watch the government's policy implemented despite the law. That is why I have so little respect for the people who manage the Labor Department. Because I know in earlier days, you had senior officers in the government service would tell a prime minister, anybody, prime minister, you can't do that. Minister, you can't do that. This is what the law says. We don't have any of those these days at all now. Or if they're guide, if they're willing to say it, but they got them guide, for whatever reason, but it does not happen. I know of one permanent secretary who told the Right Honorable Earl Walden Barrow, as he was then Prime Minister, you could only transfer me, but you can't fire me. But you can't do that. And as a result, this famous statement that the civil service is an army of occupation, because an army of occupation run things. And not that there are a lot of people working, but when an army takes over, it run things. So Barrow was angry that the civil service ran things. But that's the system of government that he inherited. The government set the policy and the civil service ran things. No, ministers run things. They run things even as far as low down as who drives a particular vehicle in the ministry. It has gotten that far. You know, so they run everything these days. Right. I'm reading selective portions of it thing to show you how the case evolved. The claimant's case. This is the tribunal writing. The claimant submitted that it is a simple case. The assessment of the complaint is reflected in the limited assistance offered by the claimant to the tribunal throughout the proceedings. I told the tribunal I am not wasting time going through all that fancy stuff that lawyers want to go through and waste time. The law is clear. If the law says that you can't force me to get tested, and you force me to get tested, that's it. Did they do it correctly or incorrectly? I ain't going through all them things finding on the case law. I told the tribunal, so I said, look, this is a waste of time. What you are doing is just wasting time because it is simple. This is a statute. You either obey the statute or you don't. So when they asked me to submit, I said, no, I'm not submitting that. It is not necessary. My case is based on one thing and one thing alone. The law says you can't do that. Have they done it? Yes. And there are exceptions. What are the exceptions? The exceptions are simple. Under Section 22, it is, if legislation, it is not discrimination if there's legislation to say that the law says that you can do X. There was no such law. There was no such directive from the Prime Minister when she had the COVID directive. So good. So and because she was working for all those years before, never had to submit a certificate saying that she is free to work because there's no genuine occupational qualification that she must meet. Then they said she never did. So it can't be no all of a sudden that there is. So she has met all the criteria. So what are we going on all this world based on all this time having days and days of hearings? I'm not cooperating with that. Right? They said the claimant raised two arguments. The first is that the respondent cannot rely on Section 8 of the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act, which is one of the two exceptions to Section 6. It says, pursuant to Section 8, an employer may only request medical testing or require, and they want people to listen to this very carefully. This is for any illness at all. Don't care what you got. Not COVID and monkeypox or anything else. Right? This act doesn't speak to COVID. It speaks to every disease that you have. You want to know your business. And I find only today I had a hearing where a company insisted that a worker who brought in a sick certificate from a registered medical practitioner in Barbados, they're saying, well, we want our own doctor to look at you. The answer to that should have been no. You can't make me. My doctor says, and my doctor is qualified to give that opinion, and you are not. You're an engineer. You're an HR person. You're not a medical practitioner. And that medical practitioner, if that medical practitioner is registered in Barbados, the employer must take that word. Unless they can prove that the doctor is not licensed in Barbados, they're going to take it. So when they tell you, oh, we want you to go and get another to our doctors, no, you got one from a doctor already. And the law is, I know I'm diverting a lot, but the law is simple. The Employment Rights Act allows you to take sick leave certified by a doctor for up to 1 year straight. And the employer, but I can't say they cannot fire you, but if they fire you, it is unfair dismissal and the person will pay you out in accordance with the schedule, how many years you have. I can repeat it. If you are ill and you go to the doctor and the doctor gives you sick leave, your employer must accept it. And the employer cannot legally terminate you for 1 year on sick leave. If they do that, it would become unfair dismissal, and you would then, the employer would then, depending on how long you work there, will end up paying you some good money. I repeat, I want people to understand that you have rights under the Employment Rights Act if the employer does it. And for I'm not making it up. That's section 30 of the Employment Rights Act. Mind you, if you were ill, went back to work, but it didn't work out so good, you're back off again, and you're off again, on again, that kind of thing. It is 12 months in a 24-month period. So if you had sick leave, going back to work, sick leave again, come back to work, sick leave, come back to work, and it was such that you have 12 months in a 2-year period, they can't do anything either. After that, they can bring you before a meeting and stuff and take action against you and terminate your services because, but up to a year, they can't do you anything. Or at least legally, they can't do you anything. I have been to meetings. We're at the airport, a government entity, where the airport tell people they have 6 sick days and that, and nobody's showing you got 12, so they want to bring up the disciplinary hearing. I tell them, they even tried that with my president, my president, my union boards at the airport. I said, "Man, we even come to that meeting." Because he had, and the first time in his career, had sick leave. I had sick leave for 8 days, certified sick leave, and you want to bring him to a hearing. I said, no, I'll invest my time doing that. People are offensive. But employers, so even if the government entities are doing it, you can understand what's happening in the private sector, but it is illegal. But anyhow, back to this decision. Pursuant to Section 8, an employer may only request medical testing or inquire into an employee's or prospective employee's medical condition where the result of the test is necessary to determine whether the person satisfies or continues to satisfy a genuine occupational qualification. And I tell that like food handling and some other thing, or if you're taking care of the elderly or something, and you need to get you need to have a medical certificate to work. And if you don't need to have a medical certificate to work, no. In the same job, you don't need it next year, next month, next week. The claimant contended that she was employed by the respondent since 2012, during which period the respondent did not require her to produce medical certificate in accordance with Section 8 of the Employment Prevention Discrimination Act. Therefore, the claimant contended that the respondent's request that she submit a weekly COVID test was not an essential as a genuine occupational qualification. And on one thing I said in the tribunal, they don't want to agree with me. I said, look, we also argued that Parliament passed the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act. They were aware of the provisions of the Safety and Health at Work Act, because the employer was saying, well, under the Safety and Health at Work Act, they have to provide a safe place of work, a safe system of work. But they did. They put up barriers, they put up glass screens, they do all those kind of things. They did it to the best of their ability, but they wanted to go beyond because they were being urged by government to break the law to make sure those people get vaccinated. Now, these same people get vaccinated and are sick, and we know some of them because they've appeared on this show. They have not gotten any assistance from the government. They're spending every last cent they got and borrowing more to counter the effects of those vaccines. And nobody, does jobs. And nobody has reached out to them, as the Prime Minister has said, that if you don't take it and you die, she can help you. But if you take it and you die, she will help you. I don't know if she was going to get you to heaven, but she said it, not me. I saw it on TV. The respondent replied to those assertions that we made that COVID-19 was a recognized workplace hazard during the period March 2020 to December 2022. Counsel for the respondent posited that the applicable test is one of proportionality, namely whether an advantage or detriment which the claimant may have been subject is objectively justified as a proportionate, reasonably necessary means employed by the respondent in achieving the legitimate aim of discharging its statutory responsibilities under the Occupiers Liability Act and the Shaw Act. Man, they've been all over the place trying to justify it. It didn't work in either case, right? Section 26. It says the tribunal is persuaded that the claimant has adduced sufficient evidence from which it may infer that the respondent discriminated against the claimant. First, where the available medical evidence, and they're saying that medical evidence and other empirical data supports the view that the COVID-19 virus exists and that is classified as a recognized medical condition. The tribunal is satisfied that the respondent repeatedly requested the claimant to undergo a weekly PCR test for COVID-19. And it says here, failure to adhere to these policies and procedures in future, and specifically to the requirement to report for work, will result in further disciplinary action up to and including the possibility of employment termination. They were threatening her that if she don't get these tests and come to work, she could be dismissed. Right? This went that far. The next thing I want to report to come to you with now would be what the tribunal said paragraph 45. I'm not reading all for you because it's available online. And this is what the tribunal said. I want everybody to remember this. The tribunal finds that Section 8 exception has no bearing on the matters in issue since no question of genuine occupational qualification arises. She's not selling food, she ain't cooking, or she ain't doing anything. So the tribunal said it does not arise. So when they come with this pox nonsense, you must stand your ground, because I suspect a lot of you know people who suffered and some died having succumbed not to the disease but to the treatment. And when that happens, and the only place in the world that has not acknowledged that is the government of Barbados. The government of Barbados has not acknowledged publicly. I know they've acknowledged privately, but you know, as you get private things, they have not acknowledged publicly that those jabs cause any injury to anybody. That is dishonest. We really should not have a government that is so intent on deceiving the people who are supposed to represent. But they're doing it, and they're doing it all like now. You know, and my concern though, however, is that with mpox on the horizon, they might take advantage of the workers and start this nonsense all over again. Tribunal went on to say, the order made pursuant to Section 28A, 4 and 5 of the Emergency Management Act, Cap 160 of the laws of Barbados, as amended, has the force of law. It vested in public health officers wide powers to take biological samples from any individual, including by way of nasopharyngeal cavity swabbing. Let me stick it in the nose. However, neither that nor any subsequent order or any of the directives or protocols made pursuant thereto impose vaccine or testing mandates or delegated to any individual or entity, and certainly not to the respondent, power to mandate weekly or other periodic PCR testing. Right? So what they are saying to you is that the government put law in place, and the law did not impose any such thing. Yes, so the government was forcing it, but they had the power to do it if they wanted to. But they knew there would have been a rebellion among the people if they had done that. So what they did, they blackmailed people. Because if you don't get the employers to enforce a situation where you feeling for your job was give in and decide, oh, I can get tested because I can't afford to lose my job. And some employers went about it with gusto, like the people at Hill Millen, Sangwon people and all kind of thing. And the CEO who sell Conquers, he all of a sudden he became a medical expert, and he insisted on certain things, even though he did not have the force of law. They did not have the force of law. They had the backing of people who make the laws, even though they did not make a law to that effect. It goes on to say the respondent's PCR testing policy ran counter to national policy and to the October 7, 2021 directive from the Ministry of Labor and Social Partnership, and was an overreach by a private entity with no lawful authority to mandate weekly or other periodic testing of its employees for COVID-19 as a condition of continued employment. It went that far They ignored everything. They ignored the law. They ignored whatever was there. They simply decided that they didn't care what the law says. They didn't care what the Ministry of Labor says. They can do what they like because they had the power or of a big McGuffey sitting on a meeting and telling them, get the workers vaccinated. And it was not in the workers' best interest. All right? Section 50, paragraph 50. The tribunal finds, pursuant to section 31A of the Employment Prevention of Discrimination Act, that the respondent directly and intentionally made a distinction between its vaccinated and unvaccinated employees. Further, the respondent created an exclusion by requiring unvaccinated employees to produce a negative PCR test result to report for work at the office. We are also persuaded that the respondent's conduct was intended and or was effective to subject the claimant to a disadvantage, restriction, or other detriment. So the tribunal has actually went ahead and agreed with our side. As I said, ably put by one Caswell, Franklyn, but I'm not boasting. That case. But that case is a landmark case and I'm very sorry that it is not being, or more people don't know about it. Because what it has done is to, mind you, to settle all the other claims that have gone before the tribunal. But they have, as I said earlier, the Labor Department and the tribunal now seem to be conspiring not to give those people justice who, for whatever reason, I don't know why, because you have a case that says what these people did were against the law. So you don't have to go through a whole set of hearings and things now, and all this kind of evidence, because the evidence that you got would be a decision, a precedent set by the tribunal that was against the law. So they can apply it to all the other cases that went before that gone before the tribunal, but they're not hearing. Mind you, again, I'm going to quarrel about this because right now, since Christopher Blackman decided to go over for the bigger money and work for the Constitution Review Committee, and he demitted office from the tribunal, this is more than a year ago, they have not replaced him. And the other lawyer, one of the other lawyers in the tribunal has resigned. So the tribunal is structured this way. There are 9 persons on the tribunal. Each panel consists of 3 people, a lawyer and 2 lay people. One recommended by the unions and one recommended by the employers. But the lawyer chairs the panel. So the chairman will chair a panel and the 2 deputy chairmen will chair a panel. Each will have two assistants working with them. Now you only have 1 lawyer, so you can only constitute one panel. They have not replaced the others, and I think it's deliberate. The government don't want workers to get their rights, and I'm saying that without fear of contradiction because the Minister of Labor has been saying, oh, they're going to put all these things in place to strengthen the tribunal and all kind of stuff. Right, that's since March this year when the estimates were published. Mind you, in the estimates, they did not put any money to strengthen the tribunal. They just put back the same amount of money the tribunal used last year. So even though they were saying that they're going to do all these things for the tribunal, they never put a penny in the estimates for the tribunal to function. And it cannot function the way it should with only one panel that can function. And mind you, these panels have to beg for a lodging. The tribunal does not have a home. You cannot go and say, well, this is the meeting room for the tribunal, Because what the tribunals have to do sometimes is they have to beg for space. And I've seen on instances where the tribunal or even cancellation labor department, you have meeting schedule, and then the minister decide, oh, I want to have a meeting. I want the meeting room. So the tribunal let up, the labor department let up, and the minister go in there and have a nice meeting. He can catch the Sherburne, he can catch someplace else. But it seems as though he wants to disrupt the workings of the labor department to make sure that certain things don't happen. Right? And that is my fear. But what is happening in this place? I got one more or so thing I want to read for you. What they call the disposal. They said the tribunal, being satisfied that the complaint of discrimination is well founded, declares that the respondent's policy, which require the claimant to present a COVID-19 vaccination certificate as a weekly negative COVID PRC test result to work in its office, was discriminatory and contrary to Section 6 of the Employment Prevention Discrimination Act. Counsel for the respondent informed the tribunal that the policy is no longer enforced by the respondent. Nevertheless, the tribunal warns the respondent ex abundante cautela, meaning out of an abundance of caution, or to be on the safe side. Latin, I don't like to quote them, but that's what I got there. That in the absence of a mandate from the state, the respondent shall not reintroduce, revive, reinstate, or otherwise implement or enforce said policy or any variation of that policy. And then, of course, we didn't seek compensation because when we got the compensation back at the labor department level, because you can go to the labor department and get a conciliation meeting. At the conciliation meeting, you can settle your issues there. But the issue that they settled out there was that they had the authority to send her home for that month, so they gave the month space. So she didn't lose anything. So I didn't ask for anything, and the tribunal then was together to tell me, well, since you met the loss, we would not have given you up the ask anyhow. But I didn't mind. What they should have paid though was cost for that beautiful work that we did. But of course, they don't order cost either. So the applicant had to bear the cost of submitting all those documents and the representation, but the representation was cheap. I thought it worked cheap. But it is a very good case, and I really feel that people should get and read it, because if you don't learn from these things, they will happen to you again. That is what I spend Marcia, I'm very sorry, but I was glad that it went off, because I know I wouldn't have had an hour and a half to not to go through this, and it needed that long exposition that people were going through, because I wanted to let people see that this is a very serious matter. So even though I missed your face, I was still happy.
But what I tried to do, I didn't try to schedule anything, because the only person I said who could hold this until I get back on is you. So I was very strategic in how I place people tonight. If you notice how late you came on.
Yes.
Yes, because I knew that if you hear a noise in the background, it is Dave is still at. Did you get to tell the people where I was?
Yes, I read it. I saw it there. Clicking on it because I have my phone there, and I saw it. And I said, Marcia sent us a message. I looked and I read them. I read the messages actually.
Yes, so Dave is actually still on the call with them in Canada for the film. So I left that to come, because I know you can't talk forever, and so I knew I needed to come on and to see if anybody wants to call in, because we still are trying to encourage Barbadians to call in, Mr. Franklyn. I think that is so important.
No, I was using 2 iPads, one to speak to you and one to read from. So I didn't get a chance to so I'm going to do it like now. Okay, so I'm reminding
And
people.
when you finish, there's a question for you on the in the chat. They want to know about this lunch break for let me see if I can find the actual question. Simply patriotic. Go ahead, Mr. Franklin. Talk about the likes, and I'll find the question.
It says, I was telling you, so come on, like the show because the information that you get tonight, you should really like it, and the more you like, the more people will get to see it because right now I've liked it so many times and it so much that every time I open my computer, the first thing on the top of my screen is the Marcy Week show. So that is how I get. I don't have to search for it anymore. It comes up as a result of the likes. And here you go, one more. So it's 210 likes now, and we have 861 people on the show. We got 210, so we still got a few more people that can do some liking. The question: can an employer say to a watchman and security guard who are a 12-hour shift where there is more than one on duty, you cannot take, no, nobody can do that. You got to take lunch. You don't even require a law for that. You cannot require a man to work a whole shift. You see, the law that deals with lunch hours is the Shops Act. So in the Shops Act, you cannot ask an employee to work for more than 4.5 hours without a lunch break and without a break of 1 hour for lunch. But what has happened, the law seems to be a bit deficient and without spelling it out for other workers. But mind you, most places in Bridgetown and all places shops. Even if you got hotels with a bar, makes your hotel a shop. You have a clinic and you got the pharmacy working inside the clinic there, that's a shop. So the Shops Act is wide and varied, but normally it's 4.5 hours. And you can't ask a man to work in 4 hours. It would be unfair, it would be inhuman, and unreasonable. Someone said, let around workers know their strength in numbers to not allow a company to hold the employees to ransom. That is well said, Kim. Unfortunately, they have been abusing their workers for so long that the workers are scared. The workers are scared. I've had many encounters of the unpleasant kind with the way treat staff on there. But it is widespread and notorious in Barbados. It's not only them, It is all over because they've realized that the people would take it. And the problem is, you see, once we had a strong union, but over years, unions have been bought. Some was for as cheap as a BlackBerry. People don't know what BlackBerry is, but that used to be those phones. You get them a BlackBerry and sell out cable and wireless workers that can just for a few BlackBerries, So things like that. People have been sold out for hotel rooms where they can take their mistresses after hours. As a matter of fact, I know it to be a fact because I have been offered a room. Many want one. And my response was that my wife don't like other people's sheets. I made the joke that once she and I traveled overseas, and when we got to the hotel, my wife stripped the bed and put on the sheet that she bought with her. You see, so I said, but she don't like other people's sheets, so it don't make no sense. And me going to get a room because nobody can bring there would be her. Because, even if I had some person to take with me, they would be grateful. Everybody by best would be grateful to see me walking through there and in a room, got the CCTV thing, They think I'm foolish. Because I see the big head, so they think that being got big head like this, they'll be retarded. Can a doctor sue the company for not accepting his medical decision about his client? I don't want to answer that yes, but I think it might be defamation. You are saying that he ain't know what he's doing. And unless you can prove that, I always tell the doctors that tell me that said this, I said, put them in court. They're telling your patient that you're incapable, you're incompetent. Pay for them out, but the doctors don't want for either. But I really feel it's defamation, but I would prefer you to get that from a lawyer rather than from me.
Yeah. Well, the questions, at least the questions are coming in. I still, I gave Mr. Franklin the half hour of what I said for the people to call in, but it's still they're not calling in. They're messaging, sending messages and so on, but they're not calling in. They're not coming on. Let's put up the numbers again. 1246-236-7000. Call between, well, we're telling you 9:30 and 10. It's 9:50 now. So we literally have 10 minutes. And I'm so glad that Mr. Franklin was able to go in even deeper into the employee rights, because every time he does it, it's like a class, right, Mr. Franklin? They're getting a lot of information they're not paying for. And so it's good that you were able to do that. We had Ferdinand Nichols was up by the annual conference of the DLP, and said that the energy was high there, and was a good feeling. And I heard that it was peaceful. That's good to hear. I did get a little report that there's some people planning to disrupt. It says, I've been informed that there's a plan to disrupt the meeting tomorrow at George Street, etc. And the person says, I hope that the necessary security will be in place to minimize further negative fallout. So I don't know if this is true. I hope it's not true, because they had a peaceful night tonight. And our prayer is that they will have a peaceful day tomorrow, right there at George Street auditorium.
Marcia, I have refrained from commenting on that debacle.
Right, and I'm not soliciting it from you.
Because if people don't understand that Barbados needs a second party, and that their actions are destroying that second party, I feel that those people might be in the employ of the Barbados Labour Party, either for financial gain or unwittingly in their employ. You either got to be getting paid for that or stupid enough to do what they are doing, because to pull down the structure that is there now, right? You see, everybody want to be king, Nobody want to be a prince, and that is the problem. That's how it started. Ralph came over to the Democrat Labour Party, and as far as my reading of the constitution of the party, Ralph is automatically the political leader. The political leader is the head honcho in the place, and having accepted him, then you cannot ask a person of his caliber, who knows the law and know it well, and who can read and understand, to take a back seat and to ignore the constitution of the Democrat Labour Party. You mean to say you're going to ignore the constitution of the Democrat Labour Party like the government ignored the constitution of Barbados? We've got two lawless bodies working in the country. At least one got to stand up for something. But you cannot, and they're using some people who I don't want to call them underachievers, who have they're pushing them up front to make the noise and be insulted, and the people are insulting and being nasty. The people will just stay in the background and smile, because when people behave the way they do, or they did, because I watched some of the presentation at Ellerslie, I was hurt. I know Errol Hurley, the guy who is not blind. I've known him for a lot of years. he used to be at NUPW with me. He served on the executive at NUPW. He was a messenger at the registration department, and then he used to sing calypso with a name called Phantom. I don't think you would ever remember him from Miss Calypso days because he never sang anything that that took off. But he is one of the leaders. You know, you have doctor this body and doctor that body thing, and you asking the messenger to lead you. Mind you, Christ was a carpenter, so you never know. Then you got the other guy who drives taxi, and they're the people that they are pushing forward to do their dirty work, and they're so happy to be noticed. You know, look, be feel empowered. You know, the fellas depend on us. No, they're using you, and they're using you to destroy Barbados. I'm not saying the Democrat Labour Party. No, they're using you to destroy Barbados, because if the Democratic Labour Party does not find its way back into Parliament, and the Barbados Labour Party gets another 30 seats, this is the end of us. They are doing everything possible now to destroy this country with nobody to pull them back. Luckily, Ralph come in and put his foot on the brakes for a little bit, but his one foot ain't heavy enough. They need more. And when you are fighting among yourselves, the only body that will benefit from that fighting among yourselves is the Barbados Labour Party, you know. The Barbados Labour Party might be there so happy that the Dems are fighting, and I believe at their urgence, you cannot be this stupid. It got to be something more. If what was happening was what happened in the party was in breach of the Constitution, I can understand them defending the Constitution of the party. But no, they are fighting to breach the Constitution. If you don't like the Constitution, don't do it, may I ignore it. Because right now, we are saying that we should have a Republican Constitution. But yeah, we got one, but just the old Constitution with a few bells and whistles attached to it. And they said that suffices. To my mind, it doesn't. And now we are going to take the lead from the Barbados Labour Party, ignore the Constitution that set you up. Anchor there. Use some real common sense, man.
Fully agree with you there, Caswell. And again, I'm reporting from what I've been told there, that the energy among the people that were there was high and it was peaceful. The question is being asked, are they planning to go down to George Street to bring war, as they said in their speech there? And my hope is that the security there will take care of business tomorrow.
But who will the war benefit? Who will the war benefit?
Who will it benefit? It can't be Barbados, yeah? Isn't that interesting? You know what was interesting too? I heard that they were planning to do a march, Mr. Franklyn. I didn't plan to go into this here tonight, but the last few times, right? And let me just say that it's so interesting, Mr. Franklyn. You have been on how many marches we had? Is it 14 or 16? I can't remember the number now.
I missed 2.
I think it was 16 marches that we had. And, to think that we had 16 marches, I missed one. We had 16 marches. I missed one. But you know what? These people were at none of those marches to stand up on behalf of Barbados. Caller, just hang on, caller. I'm coming to you now. Right. Turn down your listening, turn on your TV or your video. None of them were at those marches, right? To stand up on, when we think about the children at Springer, We march about that when the cutlasses were brought against them. We march about the IDB test. We march about pension, all of those things, the elderly, all those things we march about. And these people were never there. In fact, when I invited them, they had no interest in coming with us. You remember that, Mr. Franklin?
Oh,
But they
I
are now
invited them too.
proposing. Yeah, am I not? They are now proposing that they're going to have a march. Oh, that is ridiculous. You should be ashamed of yourselves because you never stood up for the people of Barbados, but you're ready to stand up for yourselves now. Disgusting. I really do pray that that tomorrow they will continue to have a peaceful, lawful meeting as they did tonight. I was told that the energy was great. There was peace, a lot of peace there, and that is wonderful. Let's hear. We have one caller. We have 2 minutes. Go ahead, caller. Good night.
Yes, good night. I'm calling. It's a troubling thing that's going on in Barbados. I find that the whole population of Barbados is under a lot of fear, and only a few people is very brave, and it's very, very disturbing because I believe as we Bajan people go through life, we should go this high self-esteem that you know that you come out and speak up for your rights, and you should know your rights and etc. But what is the biggest problem that about me is like BLP is being twisted. Is like them is not serious with the people. And the honest truth, they just got to realize that this is a fake government, which is BLP is a fake government. So they need to go on and come out and really empower themselves and also speak out.
Yes.
And really represent not only loyal to be a loyal Barbadian to a very powerful democracy in Barbados. Because at the end of the day, we have to fight for our children and our grandchildren, as they always telling people.
Yes.
So we can't go on a dictatorship really, because if we're going to accept a welcome dictatorship, that's sure that Bears are very weak people, and that is not good.
Yes. Yes.
So you watch your children and grandchildren being destroyed. That is not good, because at the end of the day, you know, we want to be role models. And the gospel truth is, the Prime Minister, she can't be a role model for our children. We got to be a role model for our children and grandchildren. Because my mom and the BLP is very dark, a bad example of a government and role models. So we need to really take charge, and not only the marches or say Parliament. We have to go normally to come out and speak up for our rights.
Yeah. Well, you know, I so agree with you. I so agree with you, caller, because and I know you're saying that to encourage people to call in. Let's use up the times that we, you know, the time that we're given. We're you know, we're going to continue to have this time, and we want Barbadians to call in to speak up. You know, use your voice, and I must commend you. I know exactly who you are, and that you have I don't think you've missed just very few marches, Mr. Franklin. He's always out there.
Yeah, I saw. I can see the picture on your phone. I know he's on my phone as well.
Yes.
So,
yeah, he's always there. You know, once he started coming, you know, he kept coming, and I want to commend you on that. You are
he and his
really
mother.
strong Barbadian. He and his mother. I love his mother. Yes. But thank you so much for calling, caller. And yes, we need to stand up as you are standing up. All right. Thank you. All right. Yes. God bless you. God bless you.
Kamha asks who benefits from continued DLP confusion and outside interference. Who? Nobody benefits in the end. You know, it might be short-term benefits for the Barbados Labour Party. But then they are bringing us to our knees with the bad behavior that they know that they are practicing for governance. So in the end, all of us will suffer. Not Ralph Thorne and Tricia and Ryan. Them being the people that can suffer. Because all of them are accomplished people in their own right and they will survive. Who will not survive are the people who are keeping the most noise with Barbados Labour Party, who meet you on the streets and tell you how badly they're doing, how they're suffering. One woman in a red shirt come telling me how bad things are. I said, well, go and talk to them people. Actually, once, a man came in my office. I always tell this story. And he came to me. Normally, if I have assistance, I will give people. And he was the first person I turned down. That I actually has things to give, but I didn't give because he came to my office saying that he ain't got no food in the house and the gas gone and I can help him. And I said, sir, leave my office. Go to the person that you got a red t-shirt, Mayor cares, and come begging me. I said, go to see who care about you and deal with them. They're so brainwashed. He is suffering. Things harsh with him. He can't buy food. He come begging me for food and tell me about Mayor cares. If Mayor cared about him, he would be eating. He won't come and beg me.
Correct. I'm trying to find a red shirt, Mr. Franklin. I need a red shirt for my shows at night. I want a red shirt that says Mayor cares. Who has one?
I have one.
You have one? I come in for it.
In the office, I got one in the office.
You have one? Oh my goodness. I'm begging you for that shirt. That's going to be my prop. You see how I have a flag at night? I'm going to need that shirt. I need that shirt.
I have one.
I come in for the shirt this weekend.
I come in the office tomorrow.
yeah. But let me just continue to commend them on seeking to hold it together for Barbados, because as you rightly say, it's the people of Barbados that's not going to benefit, and that's what I'm defending. That's what I'm defending. Follow the laws, follow the Constitution, and let's go down the road, and let's have a strong opposition. Okay, very important. Okay.
Kamhar but Mayor benefits more. I want party still. All right, no, relax. Come. She's gonna benefit from 11 for her children? Huh?
Yeah.
Gonna benefit for her either?
Yeah. Folks, we continue to, as a loyal opposition, to keep pushing. Remember, as we close, I just want to say thank you to Rose Corbin and Nigel Newton, and of course, Caswell Franklyn, who had a lecture tonight, who held class with us tonight. Thank you so very much, everybody. Dave is not here to play anything. He's still with the answering the question for the film panel that is happening. But I'm going to try to do the honors tonight. I'm going to try to play. What am I supposed to play tonight? What do you all want to hear tonight? What do you all want to play here? Let's probably play Thorn. I don't know. I don't see the request.
That might be appropriate because the conference is going on.
Yeah. Let's do that. We wish the DLP all the very best.
Dancers, come forward, walk out. This one I got worldwide.
Just days after former government backbencher Ralph Thorne crossed the floor, he's taken the oath of office as leader of the opposition.
Cross the floor, let me do it some more like Ralph Thorne. Ralph Thorne. On the other side, cross the floor, cross the floor, let me do it some more like Ralph Thorne. Wait there, Ralph Thorne. Dancing, come back again. Our turn is the latest trend. And all you know, link up my friend. This one designed for the
and more will be left over.
Dancing, come back again. Our turn is the latest.
Are these trips so important?
Link up my friend. This one designed for the living I'm
yes, I'm for real, remember? I am for real.
And I can't
Don't let me talk out your business. Don't let me talk out your business. All right.
And I can't decide, so I'm moving with the tide. 'Cause I'm ready to mash up the body. Oh gosh, them mash up the body. So let me do this now. 'Cause I'm ready to mash up the body. Oh gosh, them mash up the body. Yes, yes. And let me go now. Cross the floor, cross the floor, cross the floor. Let me do it some more like Ralph Torn, Ralph Torn. On the other side, cross the floor.
There has to be some order here.
Cross the floor. Let me do it some more like Ralph.
The Minister of Finance is not party to this present transaction, Your Honor. Ask him to keep quiet, please. And I say to you further, Mr. Speaker, that my conscience, my location here is related to my conscience. I said it last year. It is well with my soul.
Take a wine on the left side, and I can't decide, so I'm moving with the tide, moving with the tide. Take a wine on the right side, take a wine on the left side, and I can't decide, so I'm moving with the tide. 'Cause I'm ready to mash up the body. Oh gosh, them mash up the body. So let me do this now. 'Cause I'm ready to mash up the body. Oh gosh, them mash up the body. Yeah, yeah. And let me go now. Cross the floor, cross the floor, cross the floor. Let me do it some more like Ralph Torn, Ralph Torn. On the other side, cross the floor, cross the floor, cross the floor. Let me do it some more like Ralph Torn, Ralph Torn.
That is my man. So whether he cross or in cross, he will always be there for us.
I came to a point where I had to take the decision that if my philosophical and political views do not accord with those of government in terms of its legislation, in terms of its policy, the relationship becomes untenable.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, this is where we close. And I want to say to everybody, I'm actually going to be on tomorrow evening at 3:30. I'm going to be on and we're going to go live. And this time we have like a real panel, still working on the panelists. And we're when I say a real panel, I shouldn't say that. I mean in-person panel. All right. And so we can see each other and, all of that. So we're working on a little something, kind of like a CNN kind of a thing tomorrow at 3:30. So look out for us. We're going to be on and we're going to be just listening in and seeing what is happening there at George Street. And we will listen to the president or the acting president's message and just to review it, critique it, and ask big questions of them, etc., because we've got to hold them accountable too. Correct? All right. So see you guys, Mr. Franklyn, bless you. Rose Garvin, bless you, Nigel, and God bless you, everybody who's on tonight, and see you tomorrow 3:30. God bless. Bye-bye. Bye.
Good night.